A lot of discussion about some procedural issues of getting the money from the budget to the people, but I think we talked that through and it was productive, and also discussed expanding it and dealing with some issues, telling people, yeah, the money's still coming. You can stay where you are. That's what I got.
Ms. Dowd?
Good evening. I have been on vacation and I have nothing to report.
Good for you. Was it a good vacation?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Gary Heaton, I attended the ADU Sip and Learn, where the folks from Portland came to talk about auxiliary dwelling unit ideas. That was a nice event. I've been a part of the Unity Days committee that's been meeting every other week, and did a few walkabouts in Belmont and Hinton area, Hinton Avenue, talking to neighbors. That's all.
No commission reports from any subcommittees?
No,
Okay.
I was on vacation also
Okay.
for the week after Easter.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
I attended a police committee meeting last Thursday. It's kind of weird. They're usually the Thursday after us. But it was on participatory budgeting and the experiment they did on that at Walker Upper Elementary, which was actually incredibly impressive. And I understand there's $150,000 in the city, or in a city fund allocated for a participatory budgeting experiment. So once that is ready to get started, they're going to hopefully transfer the lessons over to citywide.
Oh, great. Thank you.
So Parks and Rec, I think they took the month off last month, so we didn't meet. The Pontaine Streetscape, I don't think they met last month. They did have a charrette, but I didn't make the charrette. Did you make the charrette? Did you make the charrette, Jody?
Yeah, I went to that.
Yeah, it was just
It was just asking for comment based upon the boards that were up, but there was no presentation.
So we'll get the results of that at the next meeting. And
Yes.
Bill is leading the master plan committee meeting tomorrow, UVA master plan. So we'll have a report on that after tomorrow.
Great. And we'll lead right on into the university report.
Sounds good. I'll look forward this weekend. Graduation, as you probably all know, Friday through Sunday, so that will clog the streets as usual. Hopefully it won't rain. We'll cross our fingers on that. And then the other thing that's kind of interesting that's coming up is on May 25th, if you hadn't heard, the final structure of U-Haul will be imploded, so that can't get too close, but you might be able to see the rare occurrence of a building being imploded in town here. So not sure exactly what time, but I think it's in the morning, probably weather permitting.
So is that an event where people should come watch? Or
From a safe distance.
No, in actual fact, there are 2 drones that are going to be doing live broadcast, live filming of it, and you can go online to see it that way. So the university is making accommodation for people not to be right there, but to be able to do it at a safe distance.
Like your desk?
Yes.
Yeah.
That seems more safe to me as well. Great.
That's it.
That's all? Okay. I don't have anything to report. We did have a TJPDC meeting the first Thursday in May, and I had a much more participatory Little League game that I could not miss. So unfortunately, I had to miss that one. But the next TJPDC meeting will be the first Thursday in June. The 6th, actually. So we're still working on some information based off of the affordable housing, regional housing plan conference that happened on April 19th. There's some information online about that if you're interested to see that information. And that is all I had. Missy.
The only thing that I have is that you all have been asked to appoint someone to the Barracks Emmett Committee, another smart scale project. And we had one interested commissioner who noted over email, but wanted to bring that to you all's attention so that you can get someone prepared for that. We have a lot of people doing a lot of smart scale related project work right now.
Is that the extension from Emmett that was?
This is the corner at Barracks and Emmett, where the new development has occurred.
Right.
It's to redo that intersection.
Is that going to connect with the smart scale that's already there at Emmett?
It's not far enough.
Not far enough.
Not
Okay.
far enough, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Soliates, you are the man of the hour for that one?
Wonderful, yes.
Fantastic. Done. See, we got something done today. That's all you have for?
That's all I have.
So we're at the part of the agenda for matters to be presented by the public, not on the formal agenda. Those matters that we will be having a public hearing on this evening, Hinton Avenue United Methodist Church, otherwise known as, what's the name? Rachel's Haven, has been deferred until June 11th, if you are so still interested in that in June. Tonight we will be having a public hearing for Flint Hill PUD and the 1617 Emmett Street drive-through. So, if you'd like to speak to the entrance corridor hydraulic place or the old Kmart site or anything on the consent agenda, 915 6th Street critical slope, or the entrance corridor 1617 Emmett Street, now is your time to do so, or anything else on your mind. And at this point, we only have one person signed up, Trey Stegman.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Trey Stegman. I'm with Management Services Corporation, 102 South 1st Street here in Charlottesville, joined by my colleague Steve Houchins of Management Services. Wanted to bring forward to you a request that the Planning Commission initiate a zoning text amendment in regards to a certain section of code in the city of Charlottesville that we believe has some, certainly has some unintended consequences, and we think we've got a very simple solution for the Planning Commission to consider and to engage with staff to study and come back before you, hopefully, again, very soon to correct this matter. I've passed out for your review a couple of examples of this code and how it's, when applied and when actually enforced, severely limits the amount of density and dwelling units in the city and otherwise areas of multifamily residential districts that would be allowed. The first page gives you a couple of quick examples of what a 1 acre and a 2 acre parcel, how they would be restricted. And you can see under the chart, the highlighted chart shows you that we're losing dwelling units in the city by the enforcement or application of this code at a significant amount. In the extreme examples there, you're limited to building only 57, 38, or 28% of your actual capacities. And that's a really significant amount of restriction. In the second example, the second page rather, you've got similar results in terms of those restrictions. And the third page is not a hypothetical, it's a application of a site that we had under a concept plan for developing and redeveloping here in the city. And essentially what it's limiting us to is only 42 units out of a possible 91 units, and it's limiting us to developing only 54% of the capacity. The zoning text amendment, or at least the proposed one for your consideration, is very simple. It includes a couple of very minor textual additions, and then a minor correction of the number of units that should be applied in that code. The number of units that we're suggesting should be applied in that code are in fact the current by right number of dwelling units per acre, or the density of an otherwise subject property. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to matters to be presented by the public not on the formal agenda? If not, then I will close matters by the public. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have 3 items on that consent agenda. I have requested in the pre-meeting that we remove the critical slope 915 6th Street Southeast to be discussed at the end of today's meeting. And then there are the 2 remaining consent agenda items, minutes from April 9th, and the entrance corridor recommendation on the special use permit at 1617 Emmett Street. Mr. Stolzenberg, did you have a comment on the minutes?
Yeah, I just had one friendly mistake or one friendly change. I think a couple times I had said zoning text amendment, and I meant zoning map amendment. Every time I try to say that, zoning text amendment comes out. So if we could just note that.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a motion?
Move to accept the minutes?
Second?
Okay. Is that with the removal of the critical slope?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the consent agenda also, sorry.
I'm sorry?
The consent agenda as well.
Okay, move to accept the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, with the discussing critical slope at the end of the meeting. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If we could approve by voice acclamation, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. The next thing on our agenda is our joint meeting of Commission and Council. So, we're going to take a 10-minute adjournment.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just when do we need to address the zoning text? Well, I mean, are we going to
The request?
Yeah. At what point do we? We're going to take that up at another meeting.
That's what we would have to do. I mean, what we have to do is, I talked to Missy about this a little bit, is to take a look at this. I think it would be something that we'd want to bring up at a work session. Our May work session is pretty full, and so maybe this would be something we discuss it on the June work session agenda. Ms. Creasy, is that possible? I think it's more than just changing some words. I think there's some engineering that would need to be looked at, and we also have a new design standards manual that is coming out. That was a question I had asked, and how does this match? And so it may be just more than the simple.
And could we get our, the Planning Commission's legal counsel to look at it and come prepared to make to talk about it?
To have a discussion?
Yes.
I think that is better. We're getting a nod from the city attorney,
Good.
so that does seem possible in June. If, I guess, Ms. Creasy will let us know when that work session will be, but I think June is open.
For Tuesday.
4th Tuesday, okay. And right now, we don't have anything on that?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. Does that sound good with everybody?
Mhm.
Great. Get all the head nods. Is there anything else, or we want to discuss? Do you want to have a discussion about the critical slope to start that discussion? Since you want to wait? You want to wait? Have we got any idea that we have council coming?
Yes, we have 3 confirmed.
One is already here.
Okay. Where? No, they're not here. I know, but she's not in here.
Yeah.
I was thinking I was going crazy. Okay, so we will adjourn until 6 p.m. and we will try to round up the counselors. All right? Thank you. I know.
in the room.
To see what's, I don't want to promise.
Yeah, but something like this is going to be very scary to them at first.
We are very aware of this.
Okay, good.
I need to ask you, they still living with you, I need to ask you.
3 minutes. I'll do that.
So, their drawings, this,
What's the name of that street?
they
Lockwood?
do, they address everything except for the original.
An armful.
The street in Flint Hills, Lockwood, isn't it?
And Flint for the new one.
Yeah.
Longwood.
Carry it.
Lockwood.
Yeah. You mentioned
I wanted to see what the screen looked like. It's Morris Creek runs near that, right?
Well, what?
Morris Creek. Morris Creek runs near that or through that?
Yeah, well, it's sort of a little bit south, but
Because I got the
so
slate
I used to live here, and there's definitely
I don't
this
want to
ravine
keep
going
going.
back here. That's pretty.
This. That's the
A lot of water there, but I guess since I lived there, they put in like
This is what I got
street
as the
south right there.
But if I say approval of the warrant dated 5/7,
You don't want to do
Yes,
that.
I don't
You
want to do
don't.
this.
so it's one of those say
The actual creek's way down here.
Oh,
To there. Yeah. Yeah.
this is what the city
Okay, thanks. Save me from having.
Are you in town? All right.
But I walked the site and I couldn't figure out because I wasn't going to go too deep into the site.
and would be because they still have this in
I was
house.
driving around 6th Street site on a scooter looking for a way to climb in, but it's just dense woods. Wasn't gonna happen.
No, I haven't, as a matter of fact. It'll probably be till 7 o'clock. Okay. Okay, all right.
That was wetland there.
That was a ledge there.
So if they address, if they adopt with the conditions, conditions they address this, then it could be
I'll
5.
text,
So
I'll text you at 7 and tell you what I.
Thank
All right, thanks for calling. Missy, do you think that because our agenda lightened up that we're gonna get out here
Build that more than they're putting there, but
like
I
that?
could probably, yeah.
If you think you probably should keep discussion to such,
It's possible.
it's all in your control.
I mean, yeah, well, if
that's
they
not really
move
fair,
towards
but
more an apartment-like structure as opposed to a
I will do my
townhouse
part.
structure, they could get more dwelling units out of it, so. And I'm not certain why they wouldn't want to do that, because they'd make a little more money, I think, if they.
yeah, and it would be the mix that
Yeah.
we're looking for in PUD. And it seemed to be that. That little corner is perfect for it. There's all that extra flat land. There is so much parking. Super cool.
That just gets, it's got into your skin, doesn't it?
He's really good
Those
at it.
cars, get rid of them.
Well, you can talk as many cars.
See if you can do it.
No, and you would.
You're quite welcome.
So they're saying if you hit 50 or more, you would have 2 access roads in the front door. Yeah, well, so their specific site is like John Street or the WBA, so it's this weird dead end thing. Yeah. So they're kind of landlocked and.
Are they demolishing something?
Yeah, this old, looks like 28 unit, like, it's called Wellington Port. Well, it's called Wellington Port now. I assume they're gonna just apartments, I don't know. Rather than like, just duplexes, definitely. Though, honestly, that area has always been my favorite picture. Like, I had some friends who lived over here on John Street.
You wanna-
And only about half of the.
Mayor
apartments
Walter's
were
on her
actually
way,
occupied
and
by
Mr.
students.
Senior went to get food.
Maybe 2/3, yeah. Yeah.
Supposedly, unless there's not anything left.
Soccer practice, minimal. There's one house that backs up.
I was just gonna say that, and when I'm gonna get this started, when you all get here, if you guys will gavel in as a council, okay? I will gavel us back into the planning commission, and we can get started because, you know, we have a novel to read prior to getting started with this. And then we can get started with the staff report. The First item on the agenda for the public hearing is ZM 18-00003, Flint Hill PUD. The landowners Belmont Station LLC have submitted an application seeking a rezoning of approximately 10 acres of land, including multiple lots identified within city tax records as tax map and parcel TMP 20-259.31, 20-259.32, 20-259.33, 20-259.34, 20-259.35, 20-259.38, 20-259.37, 20-259.36, 20-259.27, 20-259.28, 20-259.29, 20-259.30, and a portion of TMP 20-196. From here out collectively shall be known as the subject property. The subject property have frontage on two unimproved platted streets, Flint Drive and Keene Court, and are accessible by stub outs on Longwood Drive and Mosley Drive. The requested rezoning would allow development of a planned unit development, PUD, referred to as Flint Hill PUD, containing up to 50 townhouses with the subject property at an approximate density of 5 dwelling units per acre, with open space in the amount of about 5.3 acres and the following parkland with improved trails and a central teardrop road. The subject properties are currently zoned R1S, residential small lot, and a zoning district which does not allow townhouse developments. The PUD plan proposes construction of new streets to serve the constructed townhomes and would require City Council approval to a vacation of Flint Drive and King Court, platted but unimproved streets. Review of these items are for consistency with the comprehensive plan will be conducted as a part of the public review process. In order for landowners to implement the PUD plan, they will need to disturb areas within the critical slopes. This application also presents a request for critical slope waiver per City Code Section 34-516C. Mr. Affley, are you ready?
Madam
Would you call? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. Tonight you will be holding a public hearing and making a recommendation to City Council on a proposed development that is requesting a rezoning from R1S to planned unit development and a waiver to the city's zoning critical slope provisions. Charlie Armstrong, representing the owner, Belmont Station LLC, has submitted an application seeking a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district classification of the 13 vacant parcels along Keene Court, which is platted but unimproved, and the unimproved portions of Flint Drive. The majority of Flint Drive is unimproved but connects Longwood Drive and Mosley Drive. In a separate application, the developer is petitioning City Council to close the unimproved sections of Keene Court and Flint Drive and replat public roads in a general location that would conform to the road layouts in the PUD application before you tonight. The proposed rezonings includes the following proffered conditions and development elements. Density shall not exceed 50 residential units. Approximately 3 acres will be given to the city for parkland. 5 affordable units will be built on site. The development will contain 8 rows of townhomes in a mix of 2- and 3-story with traditional and modern facades. Townhouses of differing size with varying widths and square footage, including some with rear alley loading garages, will be provided. An HOA will be established and an architectural review board will be established. 5.1 acres of open space and preservation of approximately 60% of the existing trees. The new park will account for approximately 3 acres of that 5.1 acres of open space. Sheltered 5-foot sidewalks located along Keene Court and Flint Drive will be provided. Natural trails dedicated for the public use within the development site will be provided with access to Longwood Park, on-street parking, rear-loaded parking behind the townhouses on Flint Drive, a teardrop layout of Keene Court, a preliminary landscape plan that promises preservation of the wetlands and buffering along 2 tributary streams and Moores Creek, a use matrix that allows residential and related uses such as single-family attached townhouses, family day home and residential treatment facilities of up to 8 residents, non-residential uses such as house of worship, ball fields, and swimming pools. The use matrix prohibits such uses as multifamily apartments, nursing homes, animal shelters, and gas stations. The PUD is being proposed as a single-phase development. The 2013 Comprehensive Land Use Map indicates the subject property remain low-density residential. Low-density residential is described as land occupied by single or 2-family types of housing. The density in these areas by right should not be greater than 15 dwelling units per acre. Although the overall density for the site would be below the maximum 15 dwelling units per acre, this site would be approximately, in this current configuration, have a DUA of 5. Townhomes are not permitted in the R1S district or low residential areas. Due to the townhouse configuration of the site, the subject property would be considered high-density residential per the 2013 land use map. High-density residential includes all land intended to be occupied by multifamily residential types of housing, which are townhouses, apartments, condominiums, and the density being above 15 dwelling units per acre. One of staff's major concerns related to the layout of Keene Court and how it intersects with Flint Drive. The design as presented would not conform to the city's standards and design manual or good traffic engineering principles. The bottleneck design of the intersection creates a turning radius that could be problematic for large automobiles such as fire trucks. The one-way design of the road at this intersection creates conflicts for cars entering or leaving Keene Court from Flint Drive at the same time. At the narrowest, approximately 10 feet, one car would block the entire intersection. The city would not accept this type of layout and would not meet standards and design manuals and be allowed as private or public streets. In addition, staff finds the development of townhomes at this location with the architectural features and size proposed will be equal to the quality of townhomes located in other areas of the city by right. Staff does not see anything in the proposal that would indicate buildings within the development or their location would be of higher quality. Although townhouses might be appropriate at this location, the same building type could be achieved by rezoning to an existing zoning district such as R3. Staff finds the portion of the development that fronts on Flint Drive to be designed to a higher quality than otherwise required by the strict application of the zoning regulations. These townhomes are sited close to the road and activate the street while providing comfortable pedestrian experience. The parking is located behind the buildings and the properties enjoy shared open space to the north. On December 13, 2018, the applicant held a community engagement meeting where residents brought up the following concerns at that meeting or through separate correspondence. Concerns with the density being too clustered and too high, traffic problems. The land is being given to parks also needs to be programmed and money provided so it does not end up being just vacant land, but an actual active park. Needs more pedestrian connectivity. The development could lower the quality of life for residents in the area. Parking may be a problem. The number of units and type of development in this area is inappropriate. The developer should consider a mix of single-family homes and duplexes. Although the PUD could contribute to many of the city's comprehensive plan goals, staff recommends denial for the following reasons. Significant portion of the development as presented are very similar to townhome developments allowed by right in R3 districts. The portion of the development fronted on Flint Drive is more consistent with innovative urban design as promoted by the PUD objectives 2 and 9. Staff is concerned with the layout of Keene Court in the intersection with Flint Drive. In the current configuration, Keene Court and Flint Drive are not safe designs and cannot be accepted for maintenance as public streets in the city street network. Staff is concerned with the affordable dwelling unit language in the proffer statement. It does not address several key administrative details or provide significant concrete information regarding establishment of a firm affordability period. That is staff's report on the rezoning. I don't know if the chair wants to hear the critical slope or if you want to break off after the rezoning. I can keep going.
Why don't you address the critical slope?
Okay.
Just because that is part of this. And then we did get some information from the city attorney during the break that what we'll do is take a vote on the PUD first. Because, and if that is approved, then we have to vote on the critical slope. But if it's not, then the critical slope at that point does not need to have a vote taken upon it. So we'll go ahead and hear that. That way, if we need to, that way we won't have to come back up. Thank you.
The proposed improvements associated with this rezoning will impact critical slopes on site as defined by Section 34112B2. Per Section 34120B and 34516C, the request for a critical slope waiver must be heard simultaneously with the rezoning request by the Planning Commission. Improvements specific to this area where critical slopes would be impacted should the waiver be approved indicate portions of Lot 9 through 22, Lot 24, and Lot 25, and Lot 31 open space, future parkland and parking on Flint Drive would be affected. Existing critical slope areas located on this property include 2.65 acres, or roughly 27% of the site. 0.51 acres, or roughly 19.2% of the total critical slope areas within the development are shown to be disturbed. The definition for a critical slope, as defined in the zoning ordinance, is any slope whose grade is 25% or greater and has a portion of the slope has a horizontal run of greater than 20 feet and its total area is 6,000 square feet or greater, and a portion of the slope is within 200 feet of a waterway. In reviewing the application, the City's Environmental Sustainability Department and the Engineering Department pointed out key elements. 1, limits of disturbance are not well defined. 2, due to the sensitive wetlands in Morse Creek, all water quantity and quality should be completed on site. And finally, staff cannot determine if protective measures of the critical slopes would be outside the wetland area. The majority of the proposed townhomes and parking are outside of critical slopes areas. The majority of the impact to the critical slopes come from stormwater management and public trails. Alternative site layouts may reduce impact to critical slope areas, but may also impact other development factors, such as overall building arrangement, off-site parking, density, or housing affordability. The site layout of the current proposed development is dependent on approval of the previously noted rezoning application and road closure by City Council. Should Planning Commission recommend approval to City Council on the critical slope, staff has provided recommendations and conditions that can be found on page 7 of the critical slope report. With that, that's my report. With that, the applicant is here and can provide, there are no visuals, but he can provide a narrative presentation and I can answer questions.
Let's take a quick run on the questions and then bring up the applicant. That sound good? Do you have questions? Mr. Stolz? No?
Just a question on the housing proffer. If this is approved, can the issues with the housing proffer be resolved with the applicant? How does that work?
So you have a proffer development plan and a set of proffers before you. The proffers are not negotiated. They're brought by the applicant. The applicant can hear the feedback. If they decide they want to amend their proffer statement, they can do that between Planning Commission and City Council. It would trigger another public hearing that City Council could either, one, kick back to Planning Commission to hold the public hearing. They could hold their own public hearing, or they could make their decision off the proffers that y'all reviewed.
Or they could do it by deferral and come back.
They could, they could say they want to defer and to work on the application, and then it would just start the process over as far as with y'all. But if y'all made a recommendation and they decided to make changes after that recommendation, those would be the steps.
Got it.
How often has staff met with the applicant? I'm just surprised that there's so many unresolved issues still that staff has pointed out. And has there been a rigorous review with staff?
Yes, there's been, this has been going on since the summer. I think was the first contact with the applicant. There was a round where the applicant did submit information. Staff provided comment back to the applicant. The applicant did amend their application. Some of the information, is subjective. Some is not. I think the traffic stuff is pretty concrete. Some of the, level quality of design can be a little abstract. But no, there was a round that went back that was a little bit different than what Planning Commission is reviewing tonight, that staff provided comment to the applicant. Having said that, I will say, and members who have been on this commission for a while, the information before you is actually put together in a very good way. I think it's actually a good packet in comparison to some PUDs we've had in the past. I think the applicant should be at least commended that it's a very, very good information put together. There are some concerns with the material itself, but how it's presented, I think is better than some PUDs we have seen in the past.
Thank you.
I've got just one question about the possibility with the affordable units to deed them to a nonprofit. And it seemed to imply that that was just the lots that would be given away. Is there anything as part of that proffer that would imply that there would be any funding for the nonprofit to build them?
No, and this might be stalling to see if Alex runs down. Alex reviewed the affordable aspect of this. That's a concern. I think it's laid out in the report too, that they would meet their proffer requirement by giving it to a nonprofit. So that would be the trigger for meeting that proffer statement.
And would the nonprofit have to affirmatively at least agree to take that? It couldn't just like foist it on them.
I think it'd be very, very hard for someone to take property they didn't sign for. But there's nothing that the proffer statement is a little bit weak on administrative, how these actions would be taken.
Good evening, Commissioners. The way the profile is structured, it's really difficult to accomplish. The question you asked was an excellent question. If the Planning Commission goes along and approves this application and subsequently the City Council, in terms of enforcement, the city will be holding an empty bag in a very cold weather. Because it doesn't have timeline for completion, and essentially the developer is proposing that once the city accepts the proffer and approves the development, whatever the non-profit organization does, whether the non-profit organization completes it 5 years after the development is completed is up to the city. So there has to be some kind of timeline. For example, since the developer is proposing 50 units, maybe something like for every 10 units completed, one ADU must be completed simultaneously. So it will have to be incremental or something even more sooner than later. But the timeline is very critical. The other thing I would like to speak regarding this is it's dispersal of the affordable units, because sometimes I know the commissioners may have or may have not discussed it in the past, but there is a need to integrate the affordable units, with the market rate, because sometimes developers tend to cluster affordable units in one section and say they can easily refer, or somebody can say, okay, over there you have the affordable unit, but over there you have the market rate unit. So I think there is a need to cluster, to integrate the affordable unit with the market rate unit. I think these two items, the commissioners need to take that into consideration. Again, the most important of what I just said, it's the timeline related to the production. Because if we don't have the timeline, then there is no way for us to enforce production of the affordable units.
Thanks.
And just to clarify your question, no, you cannot just deed property to a nonprofit without their consent. I think to go a little bit deeper, it would be more of an enforcement issue of the proffer itself. What Mr. Ikefuna just talked about, he would, after the 10th unit was completed, I think staff would look to make sure that affordable unit was then completed, and if not, it would become an enforcement issue at that point.
So because in the proffer, the completion of the unit is only if they build it themselves, and otherwise deeding it to a nonprofit counts. Right. Could they just set up a 501c3 and then deed it to that and then never do anything?
I think that's conceivable. They could. Now, saying that, I think probably the applicant would want to address that, but I think there's also a question of the 501c3. I mean, I think if it came to an enforcement question, we could look at, well, what is the purpose of the 501c3, right? I mean, and obviously 501c3 would require IRS approval and is a quite expensive process in and of itself. But again, I mean, that would be an enforcement issue to take the proffer itself, sit down with the developer and talk about, okay, you say this was deeded to a nonprofit. Let's say there was theoretically a 501c3. I think you could still question the motives behind the establishment of the 501c3 to make sure that there was an actual purpose there to build the unit.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask you a question before you head out, since with this conversation? So based off of this proffer, you talk about enforcement, y'all know I love enforcement. I could build my 10th unit.
Correct.
And then stop, and we get no affordable units.
Yes, that's conceivable. However, again, I would ask the applicant about that, because let's say that they stopped after the 10th unit, even if at that point they still have 40 possible units to build, right. And the proffers, as you know, become part of the city ordinance. So if they tried to sell the property at that point, that proffer would still be enforceable.
And so that is my next question. This rezoning goes with the land, not
the proffers go with the land.
But the rezoning and the proffers
right.
go with the land.
Right.
Not the applicant before us.
Right, correct.
So if they were to sell, we could have something.
The proffers still have to, and if they sold and somebody wanted to do a different arrangement, they'd have to come before you and ask for a proffer amendment.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions, and then we can bring the applicant up? Are we ready to hear from the applicant?
Yes.
I want to remind you, you have 10 minutes, and is there anything else? No? Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a couple of things that I could pass out if you would like copies of my presentation, since I don't have visuals for the board. If you want to follow along, I'll pass those out if you'd like.
Sure, thank you.
I'm Charlie Armstrong. I'm with Southern Development and Belmont Station LLC. Appreciate your time tonight. I'll go over this. I have a feeling we'll have some robust conversation after. And we'll get to some of the questions that have already come up because I think they're very important and hopefully have good answers for them. You've already heard the overview of the requests from staff. They are all intertwined, so they really need to be looked at as one, and I'll present them to you all now. And hopefully, if I use a little bit more than 10 minutes, I can have some of that for the critical slope hearing stuff as well. Right now, what we have are existing lots, 13 of them that are already platted, and they're large lots, some as big as 3/4 of an acre. I have an exhibit here that's part of my notes I just handed you. All of this information is in the staff report and packet too, but this is just easy access to some of it I want to highlight. The one with just the green lines shows the lots as they are now and the critical slopes that are there as well. By right development of this would use more land and produce less housing than a rezone. By right development would provide houses costing $500,000 and up, as we've seen in other places nearby, especially in Fry Spring, while rezoning would provide market rate houses that are much lower cost, as well as some affordable dwelling units with deed restrictions. I'll get back to that. The platted lots from the 1960s and the existing zoning are really out of sync with the needs of the city now. So rezoning also enables preservation of more than half of the site as open space. That's a big deal to us. Also that we propose to give a lot of that open space, at least 3 acres, and I'm hoping more, to the city to add to Longwood Park, which is directly adjacent. Also with the rezoning, large environmentally sensitive areas along Moores Creek will be permanently protected. Though we do need to disturb a small area of critical slope at the top of those slopes, not down in the wetland areas, except for potentially trails. So, no project can ever accomplish 100% of the city's comprehensive plan goals or the needs of the city, but I think that this proposal is really noteworthy for how many different density, affordability, pedestrian vehicular connectivity, creative design, and environmental protection goals it does accomplish. One point that was brought up by Mr. Alejandro is the comments and why there are so many. This is our 3rd round. We've been at this since summer and early fall. 3rd round of submittals to the city. These comments that are still outstanding concerns of staff are by and large new as of our last submittal, even though the submittal itself had very little new information. So we didn't have time to go back to staff again, and we wanted to come to you all and hear your feedback before we just keep submitting to staff without making some forward progress here. So some of staff concerns I'll get right to. Is the developer planning to sell the parkland to the city? They thought there was some ambiguity in the proffer language, or would it be given to the city? The land will be given to the city at no cost for the park. Proffer number 2 currently says donate. And if the Planning Commission thought it advisable, we would gladly add the words "at no cost to the city" or something similar prior to City Council public hearing to make that extra clear. On-site ADUs and the deed restrictions, though that's not specified in the proffer, that is the intent, to have deed restrictions, so no matter who owns it, if that lot is sold or transferred in any way, there would be a recorded deed restriction that carries with it, and we would gladly amend that proffer to add that specificity before we come to City Council as well. The issue of if they're deeded to a nonprofit to build, we've worked with Habitat for Humanity on a couple previous projects, Burnett Commons being most noteworthy, and we would like to have a similar partnership with them if we were to deed it. Right now, we haven't decided whether we would like to build these ourselves or have a nonprofit build them, like Habitat for Humanity. So the concept of inventing a 501c3 is, though very nefarious, just practically not really not really something that any serious business person would entertain. We've got a long history of projects in the city, and we intend to continue that. And so if they are deeded, an entity like Habitat, who is committed to building affordable units and wants to do it as fast as they can, would be a likely pick. Now, the timing issue of that is the problem, because if we were to deed it to a nonprofit and say they ran out of money that particular year and needed to put it off to the next budget year, then we would be kind of hamstrung for trying to do good by deeding them a lot. So that's why we can't promise on the timing of a lot that we give to a nonprofit. I could promise you that it would be a local nonprofit who you probably would know. The next concern is probably staff's biggest. The layout of Keene Court at the intersection of Flint Drive are not safely designed. We got this comment on our third submission, like I mentioned, so within the last 2 weeks. It's new to us. We didn't have time to go back and change our drawings. But absolutely, I agree with staff. They're right. The bottleneck right there is just not drawn wide enough. It's not dimensioned. This is not a site plan that has been engineered. This is a concept for the purposes of a rezoning. Staff's concern is that if City Council were to pass it with that layout shown on this drawing, that some owner 5 years from now could come back and say, well, City Council passed it like that. That's clearly what they intended. That is not what we intend, and we're happy to say on the record right now that the street, especially at that intersection, would have to meet city standards, and we know that. It's just not something that's typically fully designed at this stage in the game with rezoning concepts. It takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the final site engineering, and that's when we would make sure that all those streets are meeting city standards. The last concern I want to address on the rezoning is that although townhouses might be appropriate in this location, this is a quote from staff, the same building type could be achieved by rezoning to an existing district like R3. The ability to provide a more innovative design is really the driver behind PUD here. We didn't think R3 zoning was the most appropriate to ask for here because it allows 21 density units per acre, which we did not think was an appropriate density. It requires 25-foot setbacks in the front and rear and 17-foot setbacks for a typical height townhouse. The ability to reduce those setbacks in a PUD, pull the buildings to the street, activate the sidewalks, and do a more creative design was our primary motivation for going for PUD rather than an R3 zoning district. It also, in the PUD, rezoning requires a plan to be proffered. We thought that was important for the community and you all to see the plan for this particular project because there are so many sensitive environmental areas down along the creek. So we thought PUD was better. Critical slope waiver, I'll roll right into that. There are 2 2/3 acres of critical slopes on the property. This application proposes disturbing only 1/2 acre of critical slopes. Of those, more than 60% that would need to be disturbed are for public infrastructure or trails. The rest is what would need to be disturbed for homes constructed on the top of the upland area. Trails and public infrastructure like sanitary sewer would be revegetated after it's built and would still have tree canopy above them. So subtracting the disturbance for public infrastructure, we're really only proposing to disturb about 0.2 acres of slopes for the house construction. And we feel strongly that the public benefit of that disturbance outweighs the benefit of leaving the small amount of slopes undisturbed. So allowing that permanent disturbance of those 0.2 acres and temporary disturbance of 0.3 acres allows permanent preservation of more than 2 acres of critical slopes in other areas on the site, provision of much needed housing at the lower end of what the market can provide, plus the deeded affordable units, elimination of the buy right scenario, and this is important, which as it's currently platted is 13 large lots, which would likely be $500,000 homes, which we don't think is what the city needs right now. It would also allow provision of a 3-acre or larger city park and trail system, which is highly desired by Parks and Rec. They want to eventually connect through that trail to get to Azalea Park. And that donated land will also have a permanent forest protection easement, except for the areas where trails and infrastructure are, so it stays forest. Those wetlands are important, and the buffer is important. Permanent preservation of about 5.5 acres of total open space, which is 55% of the site. By right development of the site would provide none of that. It would all remain private property. And if you look on city GIS maps, you can see where a lot of the neighbors have mown the stream buffer right to Moore's Creek, adjacent to this site. This is an opportunity to keep that from ever happening here. Staff said some other concerns about building footprints that could possibly be adjusted to preserve a little more slope. E&S measures could be possibly adjusted. We agree that that's possible. We haven't gotten to final engineering yet, and this would set a maximum disturbance. Madam Chair, may I have one more minute? Sure. Thanks. So those all can be addressed at final site plan, and we are confident we can address those to the satisfaction of staff and engineering. One of the conditions staff proposed requiring 100% of the nutrient reductions be completed on site. Virginia has a nutrient trading program which has been set up so that density can be provided where density is desired in urban areas, and areas can be preserved in more rural areas for those credits. And studies are indicating, and there's one attached to this, that the benefits of the nutrient trading often outweigh the benefits of providing that nutrient treatment on site. EPA has also noted that localities cannot override state law on this, on how water quality achievements are met. So we don't feel this condition would necessarily be proper, and we just don't know if we can meet it because we haven't done the final site plan engineering. So that could be a problem for us. The other conditions of all stormwater outfalls being outside the critical slopes, agreed. That's a good condition. That we use wire reinforced super silt fence adjacent to critical slopes, we agree. That's a great practice that we've used before, even when it's not required. There's a condition noted about a fixed immovable barrier to protect root zones of existing trees. If that means super silt fence, which is typically chain link fence with a silt fence attached to it with posts set in the ground, then we agree that's a good condition. Otherwise, we're not sure what that means. So we'd like some specificity from the Planning Commission on that. And staff also made a passing mention of habitat redevelopment, which we also aren't sure what that means. But considering that we're preserving more than half the site and all the sensitive wetland areas, we think we're already doing the max we can in that regard. So in sum, the PUD offers a real opportunity to benefit density, affordability, connectivity, environmental preservation, and expansion of city parkland that I don't think we often see in one application. And we don't just pay lip service to these goals. They're pretty significant contributions to each one of them. We've tried real hard to put our best foot forward here, and we'd like to avoid the fallback plan. We own the property. We bought 5 acres adjacent to the main property off of Flint Drive just so we can donate that park to the city. We don't think the fallback of the by right is a good plan for what the city needs right now. And so though staff has some valid concerns, we feel strongly that with the modified approval conditions I mentioned that we can overcome that and proceed with a great project. Sorry for my voice. Must be picking something up. Anyway, I welcome your questions either now or at a later time when you're discussing this, and thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to do questions now because once we go into discussion, we're going to have you guys stay seated. So
I'll begin with a statement. The statement is that nutrient credits do not protect our Moores Creek as Moores Creek flows through our city. So that's a statement. You talked a little bit about, but I'd like to dwell into specifics. You talked a little bit about protecting the wetlands and protecting Moores Creek. Can you dive into your specific plan to protect the wetlands and to protect Moores Creek?
Sure, I'd be glad to. All of the proposed development of this site is upland. Is upland.
Upland. Okay.
So, as you look at the site, and maybe you can refer to the drawing that's also has the same information in your packet, but this one's right in front of you here with the red and the green lines. The green is the current platted lots. The red is what we propose the platted lots would be in this PUD. You notice. Thank you. You notice that the area within the green shaded lots is significantly larger than the area that would be platted in lots for the new PUD. So that's pulling lots out of those existing critical slopes. Those lots exist now, the green lots. It'd be pulling them farther away, keeping them upland. We do have to disturb a little critical slope right around the fringe there. It would be much more, which you can see in the other one that has the green lot lines only, to build houses, and these houses are pulled to the front setback as close as we can pull them on the one that shows the green houses and just the green lines. But those would all disturb critical slopes too to build those houses, all the ones going down the left side of that road and toward the back. So we're trying to pull things as far out of critical slopes as we can. Getting sanitary sewer down the hill is a given in either scenario. So it would need to, sanitary is at the bottom of the hill. That's where the connection is. So there's some critical slope disturbance. You can see the kind of little narrow corridor for that. Same with stormwater. There is no development proposed in the bottom area, which is this area here. The creek is at the far end of the site here. And that's what's proposed to be permanently preserved with a forest easement and given to the city as a park, as much of that as we can give them. So that's, I hope that answers your question.
At what point will you actually transfer the 3 acres to Parks and Rec?
I think the best time to do it would be when we record the plat, because that's just an easy time to either deed it to them or dedicate to public use, however the city attorney's office would like to do it.
And what is Parks and Rec? How does Parks and Rec access this property to maintain it?
It's more clear on the PUD development plan, which you would have to, I guess, get through your staff report to see. But if you look, and I'll hold it up so you can see it if you haven't been able to scroll to find it on your screens. This is Flint Drive. It's stubbed to right here currently. We're proposing a trail and access easement down behind here, along mostly what is an existing sanitary sewer easement. And it's kind of a natural draw that would be easily accessible either by foot or vehicle if that's what Parks wanted. Right now there's no access that I know of to Longwood Park other than pedestrian access down some steps. So this would be a gentle trail with no steps.
Okay. How do you define affordable dwelling units? Is that 80% AMI, 60%? What level are you at?
We're proposing to use the city's definition, which I believe is 80%.
I'll defer for now.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll be.
You'll be back.
Give him a chance here.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Just to follow up on that last bit, did you say you're going to adhere to the city's standard operating procedures for accessory dwelling unit or for affordable dwelling units?
There's a code section that we reference in the proffer, and I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I can flip to it and look. I'll clarify that if we were to deed the lots to somebody like Habitat, who can meet much lower affordability thresholds than we probably could, then we're likely to get lower than whatever the city's requirement is, but the code section is 34-12.
And can you explain your thinking in your term of your deed restriction?
The 10 year?
10 years.
Yeah, part of it is that that's long enough to assure that it's at least 1 or 2 families through that unit. If it ends up getting deeded to Habitat, which again is not guaranteed, but they put their own restrictions on top of whatever we would have in the zoning. The other part of it is we're kind of right at the margins of what works for this project, what's feasible. We're trying to do a lot of things in a lot of areas rather than focus on one with all of our efforts. So like things like the parkland, if the city were to buy the parkland from us, we could put all of that effort into some other aspect of this, but that seemed like a very important thing to protect and a very important thing to parks. So, though it isn't the best we could do on each one of these individually, it's kind of the best package we can offer that really addresses all of them.
And they are intended to be affordable home ownership units in either case?
We haven't stated, so I don't know.
Okay.
It would depend on what nonprofit it went to, or if we built them ourselves. It just depends on the market at that point. We don't know at the point at which we develop this, which is still likely a couple years off before lots are really available based on site planning process and construction of the roads and infrastructure and then the units, what the market looks like then. If it's the kind of thing where we can build it affordably and sell it at a threshold that meets the city's then current definition, great. But we don't know. We don't have that certainty.
Okay. And I had a question. You're proffering a maximum of 50 units.
Mm-hmm.
What drove you to choose that maximum and to go with just townhouses rather than particularly this northwestern parcel. It seems like there'd be perhaps room for more, perhaps apartments. But maybe you could explain your thinking behind that.
Yeah, we saw it as somewhat of a transition between the existing Longwood development, which is a mix of two-family and townhouse. There at Longwood, predominantly townhouse at that end of Longwood that's adjacent to this property, and then the single-family on the other side, on the Mosley Drive side. So apartments didn't seem to fit with either of those uses on either side, and so townhouse seemed like the best fit that achieves the density that we would need to make a rezoning work. You know, with 13 by right lots, that works. That works like it is. That could be developed. It's a pretty straightforward development, but going to townhouse lets us hit a much lower price point without being what I think of, and it may not match what your thoughts are, as overly dense if we were to add apartments there as well.
Okay, thanks.
So you had mentioned the nutrient offset. Is that something that you have already calculated as the way you would propose to go forward? You mentioned that if the city requires that, you think that that's a deal breaker?
It would be potentially tough, yes, because we haven't done any final site engineering. We know approximately what the impervious surface would be, and we can get to some rough numbers, but we haven't done full soils analyses and things like that. That all goes into the calculation of what we need to put into what size biofilter, for example, or other measures we need to do. And so I worry that without a full engineering, which we just can't do at a rezoning stage, that we would promise something that we can't deliver. I would want to do it on site. We've laid out a site in the middle of the teardrop for a biofilter. That's an efficient way to do it, and we've done that in, I think, just about almost every project we've recently done in the area. Burnett Commons is a good example. It was not a requirement to do it any particular way there, but biofilters were an efficient and effective way to do it there. In this case, it's not a density trade-off necessarily to do the water quality, because we have that middle area, which we intentionally designed that way, but when we get down to the tenths, I just don't know. We might need to buy a fraction of the credits that we would need to meet the state requirements, but we'll attempt to make as much as we can happen on site.
Okay. And you also mentioned something about a forest corridor or forestry easement, and I wondered how that jived. If the property is given to the city parks, wouldn't they be the ones that would decide what the riparian buffers might be, as opposed to you designating them a forest easement? Well,
yeah, and we can work with them on that, okay. But our motivation is to protect it. I wouldn't want the city to go in there and then decide they want ball fields in the wetlands, which theoretically they could buy wetland credits and get the permits and do. But that's not our goal. Our goal is to protect them. So whether it's the city who owns it or some private property owner, I think it's important for us to state our intentions in a legally recorded document so that that's what happens. You never know what the city's goals 50 years from now might be. They might want ball fields there.
Thank you.
Ms. Depp?
Thank you for the clarification on how the acquisition of the parkland is going to work. I had a couple of questions in regards to, I keep hearing you refer to Habitat for Humanity. Have you thought of or talked to any other nonprofits and partnering with them?
About this particular project? No, we really haven't gotten that far. I've only mentioned it to Habitat because I happened to speak to one of their folks on the soccer field watching my kids a couple weekends ago. But we're just not there deciding where that would be. We have a good long history of working with Habitat. We built houses with them in Sunrise. We deeded them lots in Burnett Commons Phase 2, and we deeded them a bunch of lots in Burnett Commons Phase 3, which is a really different scenario where the city gave us some land. But we've enjoyed that relationship, so I say their name because we have a long history, and they're a likely partner.
Thank you.
One of the big issues, reading the staff report, So there's a concern that there is no purpose here. There's no need, no rezoning. In other parts of the document, I see you talk about the benefit of park space, the benefit of housing. Can you help me understand the disconnect?
Yes, I feel like that's a softball. We need housing in the city, right? So putting density in areas that are served by public transit, that have adequate infrastructure, water and sewer on site. There's roads stubbed to this property already. It's already platted roads and rights of way. So development has been expected here since at least the 60s. It's a place to put residential housing that we really need. And there's lots of debate about the R1S zoning and whether that's appropriate anymore, and I'm certainly not going to wade into that. But this is one of those properties that's on the edge of that R1S zoned swath that goes all the way through Fifeville and adjacent to Longwood, which is a PUD of much higher density. It has access to transit. It's 2 blocks from a school. It's just the right place for housing, which we really need, especially at the lower end of what the market can provide price-wise. And then, refresh me on the second part of your question. I just got focused on housing.
Park.
Okay, so Parks and Rec has been trying to acquire at least an easement through this property, if not the entire portion of the property that we're proposing to give to them, since long before we even knew about this property. Chris Genzik has approached the previous owners about a trail, and I guess got very little response from them. And so it's important to them to try to connect through along Moores Creek over to Azalea Park, which is really, as the crow flies, pretty close. There's maybe 4 or 5 more parcels they would need to get easements through, if they don't already have them, to actually have a trail there. But so that's the importance of the portion of the park area that we would give to them. There's other open space that we're proposing to keep in the HOA on the other end of the site, the upland area. So if you're looking at this drawing again, to orient you, this would be privately maintained open space, really just for the purpose of tree preservation and open space in this area right here. It would be the alley access for these houses, and on the other side of the alley would be woods. Part of that's for buffer to the neighbors. Part of it's just to have some nice treed area there. And it's kind of a mid-block area that doesn't seem right to develop. Right now it's 2 lots. It's 2 single-family lots. So if it's developed as is, those are 2 houses where people can clear and mow and have a backyard and whatever. But it'll be nice to have open space there instead.
Thank you.
Mr. Alejandro?
Mr. Armstrong, hi. In your PUD narrative, it states this project will promote the inclusion of houses of various sizes, architectural styles, and price points with varying width and square footages. I'm trying to reconcile that statement with what I see graphically, which is a townhouse repeated on every lot. Where's the diversity of sizes and square footages and heights?
I'll admit that's one of the goals of a PUD that we struggled to meet, of many. There's 100 goals of a PUD. Because what it seems to imply is apartments, townhouses, and single-family houses all mixed in one. And we've done that before in PUDs, but just felt like townhouse was the right use for the whole property here. The variety is in sizes. We're proposing some 16-foot wide, some 20-foot wide, so that's a 25-30% difference depending on where you're looking up or down in square footage, and can also provide for varying bedroom counts within those. As far as styles, we're proposing a mix of some modern style and some colonial style depending, and some front loading and some with the alley load pushed way up to the street in a very urban feel with parking in the rear of those. So that's the variety. It's not the best variety that could ever be imagined in a PUD as far as unit mix, but it's something.
And thank you. The the site is really an extraordinary site. It's beautiful, from wetlands to wooded slopes, mature trees, hillsides. What has the design that's been presented done to connect the site together, the wetlands to the clustered houses, to make it a cohesive whole?
The trail connection is really the only way. It's very topographically separate naturally. The area that's being developed for houses is upland, and then it's probably, I don't have the topo in front of me, but it's probably 30 or 40 feet vertically down to the wetlands along the creek. And so they're naturally separate. Access and integration for pedestrians is there, but we didn't want any other connection to those wetlands, because connections means use or activity, and that's not what we had in mind. Do you mean something different?
Well, I'm just wondering what the connection is from the circle to the wetlands. Am I correct in that anyone who wanted to get to the wetlands would have to go out Flint Road and use the trail that's being proposed with the park system?
Yes. We didn't want a steep stairway down critical slopes. We just didn't feel that was necessary. A short walk, half a block away, seemed very reasonable. Longwood has a stairway like that to get down to the park area in the adjacent community, and it's been problematic for them too. And so we wanted something that's more sustainable long term than a steep stairway through critical slope.
Okay. Thank you.
A couple questions. What is your definition of market rate?
I wish I knew the answer
Because
to that.
I see some townhouses just down the street for 1.2 million, and I don't think that that's what anybody considers market
No,
rate. So-
and that's not going to work here. The best way I can answer that is to tell you what we did at Longwood, and those were starting in the 200s. Some of those, I think, ended up in the 300s for people who wanted the real fancy countertops or whatever in their house. But for people who didn't want any of those extras, in the 200s is what Longwood was. And that's where the sales are. That's where the market wants us to be, and we're going to try to get there as best we can, given the cost of labor and materials and other caveats that we have to have as a business.
So we keep hearing about housing, the right price points, rentals, things. I've just been given some good education on the rental needs. My question is, you've got this at 50 dwelling units per acre. Have you given any consideration to these townhomes having an accessory unit in the bottom so that someone could have an affordable rental in the bottom? And does that come with a height restriction or things like that? I mean, they've done something like this on Avon Street Extended where there is an affordable. So what was your thought there?
We have, and we've done it before in other communities that we've built. Most recently in Cascadia and Albemarle, we have some attached product with basement accessory apartments. Interestingly there, it's mostly elderly people who've been moving into those. I don't know what it would be here, but if you count the number of units on our layout there, what seems to fit, unless we go to a 16-foot product for all of it, which is possible, we could get a few more units, but we're never going to hit the physical constraints of the property. We're never going to hit 50 in that teardrop. So extra units are provided in that max of 50 so that accessory units could potentially be put in by anybody who wants to, up to a point. If we've got 40 townhouses and 10 of them add accessory units, those are the last 10 that can do it because of the density limit. If we put a higher density limit, you may be able to put more of those, but at what limit is the density appropriate?
Based off of what you've applied for, is there anything limiting you else other than the density, height, anything else limiting you from potentially having that option?
Accessory apartments?
Right.
No, certainly not. Not that I'm aware of. In fact, staff, I think, pointed out in the staff report that was a concern of theirs, that if all of these units wanted to put accessory apartments in it, we could be over the density limit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine problem to have, in my opinion. If we get to that point, we've done well.
I know we've got this in the proffer, and I apologize. I'm going to be that one. But I sat here when we had the promise of some affordable housing mixed in with market rate housing on Cherry Avenue, and we got a hotel. Tell me what is going to make us get this and not something that we don't want.
Well, Cherry Avenue, that proposal came back to you as a body for a rezone again with new owners who were buying it. So that ended up being approved by City Council for a change. There's nothing in here that would allow that to happen. If any changes to this PUD, like a change in affordable housing proffer, were to be proposed, it would have to come back through this same process. Also, since then, our track record with other communities in the city where we've done affordable housing, I'd say is pretty strong, stronger than any other developer in town, I think, in the city limits. I can't speak to the whole region, but I keep mentioning Burnett because I'm really proud of it, but that's one where we went above and beyond on affordability there, and that's something that we're committed to as a company, and it's something that is committed to in the proffers here. So we couldn't change that without City Council permission.
The last question is the affordable. It was mentioned about the enforceability and being clustered and integrated. What is your plan for something for this it to be integrated instead of clustered in one area?
I'm going to mention Burnett again because that's another one where I think of two examples. One, if we build them, we might have one affordable unit in each building or two in each building. If it's to be Habitat or somebody like that who's going to build them, they want them all in one building because they build the building. So that's why there isn't a promise to have them distributed in any certain way. But if you look at the layout, this is one little community here that is going to be a tight-knit place no matter where the affordability is. You see all your neighbors out your front door every day. So it's not like any of the units would be put off in a corner somewhere. That's just not physically possible on this site. And mentioning Burnett again, when we did the affordable there, we actually put the affordable units in the center of Burnett Phase 3. There were 18 total in that development, and if it's Habitat, again, if there was no reason not to have them be a very focal point. And at the risk of boring you, one of my favorite stories to tell is when I'm giving people tours of what we've done, what we've built, and what we've developed, I love to drive them into Burnett Commons Phase 3, and Dan's going to love this if he's watching, but and ask which units are affordable. And I'm half embarrassed and half proud to say that 50% of the time they pick ours and not Habitat's because the level of quality is the same. And that's what makes it work well. So we would want a similar partnership with a nonprofit like that you don't know the difference because we have to build and sell next to those units, so they have to be of high quality for the whole thing to work.
Thank you. Any follow-up before we have public hearing?
Do the trails connect to anything?
Not right now. Parks has aspirations, but right now Longwood Park Trail doesn't go out that side, I don't think, except there may be, that's where the school property is. I just don't know if the trail continues. And on the other side, like I said, going toward Azalea, I think they have 3 or 4 parcels that they would still need easements, and they may have some of those that I'm just not aware of, but right now, no, this is the beginnings of or the second or third step in a new trail system.
You talked a little bit about the opening the entrance a little bit, the teardrop entrance. You talked a little bit about opening that up a bit. What are you going to lose if you do that, if you make that a little wider?
Nothing. As you're headed down into the teardrop, the first townhouse building shown on the right has plenty of front yard. There's no reason it's drawn like it's drawn. It's only drawn like it's drawn because it's a concept sketch. It's not a refined sketch. So widening that another about 10 feet hurts nothing. And if this comment had come earlier in the process, you'd be looking at that right now.
Okay. So at this time, I will open the public hearing for this application. And it seems we have a couple people signed up at this time. Absolutely.
Just in terms of the affordability, so if you have a partner with, if you partner with Habitat and the 10 years expire, that you're proposing, then what happens?
If it's Habitat, I believe their deed restrictions are much longer, if not perpetual. I don't know exactly what theirs are, but they would record additional deed restrictions beyond whatever we require, and we'd probably work with them on the front end to make sure that ours didn't conflict with what they want to do.
So you would be open to extending that timeframe?
In the instance of deeding them to Habitat, I would think so. I would want to talk to them first, but if we were to keep them, I don't know. It gets harder because just financially, we have a lot of ingredients that kind of go into this soup to make it all work, and we can offer a lot of different things. If it's more important to focus on this than something else, then we should look at that, but there would have to be some give and take to make it all still work.
So in communities that you haven't partnered with Habitat or organizations like Habitat, what is this? Is your standard the 10 years?
We've never done that.
Okay.
We've always partnered with Habitat to date.
Okay. So then the 5-unit, 10 years, you're flexible there?
Well, I think what I already said is still true. We don't know.
Hey,
it
Charlie,
depends on
can
what other
you
things we'd want to give.
talk into this so we
Excuse
can
me.
make sure
Yeah.
we're getting it recorded? Thank you.
If we wanted to look at some other scenario where there's other expenses that we're going to take on from other proffers and pull some of those back so that the whole financial recipe still works, then yeah, we could tweak that. But in the package as it's presented, I think it's pretty important to hold that for it to still work and still be bankable and underwritable and buildable.
So if you've done these projects with Habitat, then the AMI that you have, it's less than 80.
Yeah, I think Dan told me most recently they're hitting down around 25. Yeah, we can't do that, and I'm thrilled they can.
So the conversations that you've had with Habitat, have they happened outside of the soccer field?
No, that's it so far. Nothing formal.
Okay.
Else? Thank you.
Thank you. As we get ready for this, I'd like to welcome our new city manager, Dr. Richardson. Thanks for coming, and welcome to Charlottesville. First on our list is Sandy Erksa. I'm so sorry. And I'd remind you that you have 3 minutes for your public comment. Our little green light will come on, and then we have 30 seconds left, the yellow, and then they'll beep at you. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Erksa. My husband and I have lived on Shasta Court for over 45 years. We care a great deal about our neighborhood. There will always be change and growth, but it is our responsibility to prevent what we feel is negative growth. One of the biggest changes that we have seen in our area is the increased volume of traffic. If you allow up to 50 townhouses on these properties, then there is the potential of adding at least 100 or more cars on the roads. Our roads are too narrow and unable to handle the cars that are currently using them, let alone adding the extra cars that would be generated by such a large development. There has also been a lot of increased growth south of the city, and our area is a cut-through for many of these cars. Another concern is that the properties will be purchased as an investment and be converted into rental units instead of being owner-occupied dwellings. For these reasons, we request that the rezoning application for Flint Hill be denied. Please keep these properties as low-density residential. I'm done.
Thank you.
I think I have more than 3 minutes to spare. I have 3 copies of what I said.
Okay. Next, Jess Winger.
Hi, Hi, I'm Jess Wenger, and I am reading a statement on behalf of the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association. The Fry Spring Neighborhood Association, FSNA, and the neighbors we represent welcome appropriately designed infill and the new residents that it will bring to our neighborhood. The FSNA respects the rights of property owners to pursue all legal activity on their private property. The FSNA also recognizes that some activities pursued on private property can result in negative impacts elsewhere in our community. Based on our current understanding of the Flint Hill PUD, the FSNA appreciates the developer's effort to limit the critical slope disturbance and minimize the potential negative impacts on Morris Creek. The FSNA is also grateful for the developer's proposal to provide some units at an affordable rate. The FSNA is concerned with maintaining a safe bike and pedestrian-friendly environment in the neighborhood. Our primary concern at present is the potential impact of the number of proposed units, 50, will have on the Longwood Harris, Mosley Harris, and Camellia Harris JPA intersections. These 3 intersections are utilized by many of the children and their families walking to Jackson Via Elementary in the mornings, in addition to the pedestrian, bicycle, and auto commuters heading to work. The FSNA's present position on the Flint Hill PUD is neutral, neither supporting nor opposing the proposed PUD. However, we urge the Planning Commission and city staff to be cognizant of our concerns and consider how to mitigate the traffic impacts on these 3 intersections when considering the zoning amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jeff Riedel-Bicknell? Riedel-Bicknell. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you for your time, committee. And also I would like to say thank you to Mr. Armstrong and the developers. I do think that they have taken into consideration, as far as many of the developments in our community, one of the better developers in our community. However, that being said, I do disagree with a number of things that they talked about, in particular the infrastructure. The comment that the infrastructure in Fry Springs exists already to support even 13 new homes, much less 50 new homes. We currently do not have enough bus routes, bike routes, safe walkable routes, safe crossings for, again, children walking to school, people walking their dogs, people commuting to work. And currently the traffic situation now in our neighborhood is literally you can jog or ride your bike the 1 or 2 miles to work within our community faster than you can drive it, but it's not safe because the drivers are so distracted and speeding excessively throughout the communities. I literally, on a regular basis, have people either running into the car that stopped for me in the crosswalk, the car behind them slamming into them, and I've had people stop and get out of their car and yell at me after drivers have waved me across. Come on, cross in this crosswalk, it's okay. And other drivers have gotten out of the car and yelled at the driver who stopped and me. So the infrastructure doesn't exist. Also, bus route 4 has been cut back for those of us who need to get to the hospital, especially during bad weather events where we actually have to walk through snowstorms where the city doesn't have the ability to clear the sidewalks and the streets. So for those of us that work at the hospital, we're critical staff, we actually walk that 2 miles to the hospital in the snow after the plows have blocked the sidewalks and blocked the streets, and we risk getting hit by all those vehicles trying to have. And I've actually, getting to work as an employee, been hit by another hospital employee right at that intersection of Fry Springs Pool, coming down that hill at that stop sign at Old Lynchburg Road. I have a little tiny, car, little hatchback, and the nurse who hit me was in a great big Jeep Cherokee 4-wheel drive, and she said, I don't know, I hit the brakes and I just slid, so I steered straight for you. So again, there's not infrastructure, there's not support, and there's not to support all this that already is there. So I request that we improve infrastructure first. I commend the environmental thoughts. The last piece I have to say is who is going to actually fund and maintain these proposed parklands and trails? So why, if Southern Development is so environmentally conscious and wants to invest in our community, maybe they could propose to give a percentage of their profits from this development to not only fund and help the city fund the development of this parkland, but continue its ongoing maintenance. And lastly, in my last 10 seconds, without true environmental analysis of these infrastructures, we don't even know if the current floodplain and riparian zones are natural and beneficial, much less what this future development may be. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That is everyone on our list, but if there's anyone else that would like to speak to this application, if you would come up and please do so. Remember again, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and so that we can get this for the record.
Mark Cabot, bear with me a little bit. I had some oral surgery earlier today, and I'm still a little numb. But Chairperson Green, you actually took my question, which was the price of these units, these townhouses. And I find the price seems a little low to me. And I'll mention something that you mentioned, which was down the block, the units that are selling for less than the lowest price being $1.2 million. I was here in Chambers here when City Council asked the same question about what the prices were going to be, and they were told $250,000. And then we find it ends up being $1.2 million on the low end. And then it turns out at a later date, the price that was quoted was the price for land, not for the completed complex. So I just want to mention that. I think it's very important to keep in mind what the public is saying, the people that live in this neighborhood currently, about how it's going to impact them. With that being said, I think it's also needs to be pointed out that the plots that were done probably maybe in the 60s or 50s were done on the idea that the houses being built were going to be ranch-style type housing, which is not practical to be built at this stage. So it's an act of whether we build townhouses, which might be more affordable, or the land is used for other types of housing, which are probably much larger houses with much higher price tags. And that's one of those decisions that you all have to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cabot. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Travis Pietola from the Southern Environmental Law Center. Thank you for the chance to comment tonight. Starting with the PUD application, we first want to acknowledge that this proposal has some positive features and potential. For example, we appreciate that the applicant has proposed on-site affordable units, as well as adding some of the wetlands and steeply sloping areas of the site to Longwood Park. That being said, staff has identified several key aspects of this proposal that are still in flux or where further clarification is needed. And we believe more work needs to be done to flesh out this application before you can make an informed recommendation to Council. Among other things, staff has identified the need to clarify the applicant's affordable housing commitments in the terms of its offer of parkland to the city, and has raised safety concerns with the applicant's proposed street designs that may prevent some of them from being accepted as public streets or functioning as private streets. We think it's also important to better nail down the measures that would mitigate impacts to Morris Creek, one of the city's most impaired waterways. This includes the commitments to preserve wetlands and tree buffers on the site, as well as preserve existing tree canopy. To ensure these commitments are enforceable, they should be clearly identified in proffers and the development plan. We don't see that in the current application. Now turning to the critical slopes waiver request, it also suffers from too many unanswered questions at this point. For example, the Environmental Sustainability Department has noted confusion about where the limits of disturbance are being proposed and where erosion control measures would be located, making it hard to discern the actual extent of impacts to critical slopes. The engineering department has also raised major questions about the applicant's stormwater management plans and whether they can actually achieve adequate protection on this site as proposed. We think any decision on a waiver should only be made after revised plans are brought forward that not only satisfy staff's concern with the existing layout, but also demonstrate that staff's recommended conditions on the waiver can be successfully met. Overall, we think there are simply too many remaining questions about these two applications to provide a fair assessment of their relative impacts and benefits, or enable the Commission to make an adequately informed decision on any potential recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Coffee.
That's great.
All right.
Hi, my name is Sharif Subra. I don't have any prepared statements, but sitting and listening, the PUD, I'm an adjacent property owner in Longwood, and I feel from what's being presented that there's a lot of positive impact. Certainly respect a lot of the concerns from neighbors, my neighbors. But the PUD by design is, like Mr. Armstrong has talked about, has a lot of pieces that are addressing positive cohesion for that corner. And I feel it's positive transitional growth for that area. You know, I do have, the PUD is designed to curb some of those concerns that by right development would have. My property does join the wetland area, and seeing the PUD have design and consideration for my adjoining property, I think is a benefit versus a single home on a 3/4 acre lot that could do whatever they want with their backyard. So I am in agreement with the PUD, and I think it's a good idea. And I think the city will, as this area grows and transitions, obviously that's incumbent upon the city to take upon all the other considerations, traffic and infrastructure. But what's going to be the impetus for that other than, I think, growth could be the positive impetus for dealing with that transition and all those concerns, and more homeowners at a price point that's more consistent with the affordability index that the city has set forth. That corridor of town doesn't have that, and what they're proposing does offer a price point that is not available in that corridor right now. Further down the street, I mean, there was $500,000 plus. And so there's a lot, I think, of positive in the PUD. Certainly there are going to be things that you will be bringing to them, but on the surface, I think for that corridor of our town is a really good fit. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anja Riedel-Bicknell. I live on Crystal Court, that's off Harris Road. I'm also really concerned with the infrastructure in our neighborhood. The sidewalks are very narrow. If I walk from my home to the Fry Springs pool, it's impossible that two people walk next to each other because it's so narrow. If there's a distracted driver, there is no space in between me and the driver. If they go on the sidewalk, they will hit you right away. It's even difficult to walk there with a dog because it's very narrow. As it had been mentioned before, CAT has cut back the bus service in this area. It did improve during rush hour, but not when it's not rush hour anymore. During this time, the bus only runs every 70 minutes, which is really not often. And also in the morning, frequently the first buses don't show up because they don't have drivers. So this is also a concern because that again means you have to walk. And then, yes, there is an elementary school. It's via Jackson. But I'm even not sure if they can add many more students to the school. Because if you think about 50 more homes, that means many more children, and I have no idea at what capacity the school is. So these are the concerns I really have with our neighborhood, and as it has been mentioned before, I really think the infrastructure has to be improved first before we add more people, cars. Thank you.
Could I get you to state your name with her and spell it for her? Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this application before we close the public hearing and go into discussion? We'll close the public hearing. Yes, ma'am?
So I do think that, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little torn. I know one thing that we definitely need in this city is affordable housing at affordable price points. By bringing a development of this nature and size into this area of the city, as soon as they said traffic, it immediately made me think of 5th Street. To come through 5th Street at 8 a.m. or 7:55 in the morning, and then again at 5 o'clock, it's playing Russian roulette. And so by adding 53 more homes, like the person commented, that's almost 100 more cars on the road. We just recently, right before Christmas or right after Christmas, witnessed a pedestrian being hit right in front of Jacksonville Elementary School at about 5 o'clock. A lady was flung in the middle of the street because of the exact situation that the resident said. Somebody had told her she could come across, the other guy wasn't paying attention, and then traffic was held up again because EMS had to come get her. Another thing or question that I had was, I I didn't see anything in the report as to about the capacity of the school system or how it would impact the capacity of the school system. And I know we're having a tiff with that right now, just all over in the city of Charlottesville. So those are some of my concerns.
I'm going to go back at the end. Mr. Alejandro, any discussion points, concerns?
Yeah, I feel sorry for PUDs. They get a bad reputation, and I think this is one example of why they get a bad reputation. In the objectives for PUD in our regulations, it states to encourage innovative arrangements of buildings and open spaces to provide efficient, attractive, flexible, and environmentally sensitive design. And yes, it is a step forward to move from the single-family plot that was there originally, previous to this submission, to a denser development. Still, what's shown is lacks diversity. It lacks transition. It could be a more denser development in the center that transitions to the single family and townhouses around it. Just because you're in between these two things doesn't mean everything has to look alike. And then it ignores this wonderful site that it's on. Rows of townhouses that turns its back to the hillside, the wooded hillsides, the wetlands. Yeah, there's a topographical difference, but I think it's just a lack of imagination that you've got to turn your back on it. So I'm against this because of the many unresolved issues that the staff has already pointed out, but also because it's a poor example of how a PUD should be done.
Mr. Solier?
That's terrible news because I think this is the best PUD I've seen.
Well, it could very well be. Still doesn't make it good.
Yeah, right. This PUD does actually do what I think of PUDs as doing, which is clustering housing and preserving open space, which I think is a good idea and appropriate for the comprehensive plan. I emphasized the issue with need because I think this. I do disagree with the staff here. I think there is a need for housing near schools. I think there is a need for parks near schools and a need for trails, especially in this area, which is unfortunately very auto-dependent as currently designed, which is creating problems. I find that concerns about infrastructure compelling. There are serious infrastructure issues in this area. I see this as a part of the solution, but I think we've got broader issues to consider here. The affordable housing component is exciting to me. I'm very happy to see that. And I'm pleased to see that a lot of these issues can be resolved in site plan. That's what I've got.
I want to concur, and I think staff even mentioned in their report that this was a well put together PUD. I think I also heard some frustration on the part of the applicant that they hadn't had the back and forth that they would like to have had to have brought even a better application. Infrastructure is not the responsibility of those who would build by right or any. I mean, it's the city's got to come up with a plan to make these old roads work with all these cars on them. So I think the application does have some concerns that restrictions could be made or additions as the staff had suggested. But I would concur that this is exactly what you want PUDs to do, is put the density in one place and preserve the open space.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Yeah, cool. So I can say this is both the best and the worst PUD I've ever seen. I did have one question for you guys about the 1.2 million thing. Were you guys talking about Porter Ave or?
I was talking about down the street where we've got those
Oh,
townhouses.
Eastwater?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, those aren't even really townhouses. They're just pretend townhouses, right?
They were
they're all
sold
detached.
to us as townhouses.
But to answer your other question from earlier, I pulled up the data on the differences between the single-family attached, or so for all the homes built in Fry Spring since 2010 inclusive, there have been a number of single-family attached, mostly in the Longwood PUD, and those range from about 260,000 to 320,000, which with the median at 289,600, which is about 6,000 below the citywide median. And then we have single families and single families with ADUs that are, some are built up in the Huntley PUD and some are these by right developments that have been coming up, and you guys are going to hear a lot more about this in 2 weeks. But those range at the low end at 340,000 and at the high end about 750,000, with the median at 446,000. So we're talking a pretty substantial, I mean, an absolutely massive increase in price if they were to go by right on those large lots. Having lived extremely close to there, actually, right on Mosley Drive, I think having the road connection between Mosley and Longwood via Flint is going to be a big improvement to traffic. I know when I was trying to walk places, and now go on a scooter places, I don't really bike, but I try to take those side roads that still get you those places without going on the terrible roads like Harris. And having that ability to go all the way to Jackson Via with avoiding Harris entirely, I think will be a big improvement. I think we've heard that the by right alternative, they'd only need to connect it to one of those two and not to both. So I think that'll be a big improvement there.
Repeat that. Connect to one. I'm sorry.
They can connect to Longwood or they can connect to Mosley, but they don't need to connect to both of them and create that cross connection. An actual internet connected grid. That was my understanding from the staff report.
Okay.
I don't have strong concerns that the houses might be converted into rental units. I don't feel like I damaged the neighborhood that much renting a block away from there. I do have some concerns about the affordable dwelling units and the terms of that proffer, and hope those can be solidified. Other than that, I think I'm set. Thanks.
So, I do like the vision, but I wish the vision had an opportunity to bake just a little bit more. As a couple of folks have mentioned, there are a number of unresolved issues. Would like to know more about the stormwater management plan. Would like to know more about what we're going to do to protect Morris Creek. Nutrient credits just don't do it for me, because nutrient credits don't protect the waterways that run through our city. So I'd like to feel better about what could be done to protect Morris Creek. I'd like to know more about disturbance when we're developing this. What kind of disturbance is going to happen, how we're going to protect the wetlands, and how we're going to protect Morris Creek from any disturbance that's going to happen. I disagree a little bit with Gary regarding infrastructure support. I think that when we make recommendations to council, we ought to give some thought to the impact of these developments on the infrastructure that exists. And if the infrastructure isn't there to make a recommendation to move forward without an understanding of what the vision, at least for the infrastructure, is going to be, is probably not the right thing to do. Bottom line is I like what we want to do, but I wish you guys would just take a little more time to think about it, so that I could make an informed vote regarding the recommendation.
I'm probably going to shock you all. But Mr. Alejandro, I'm going to disagree. I told you all in a little bit in a pre-meeting, when I first moved to D.C., I moved into a little neighborhood that looked much like this. It was called Bodley Square. It had a one-way in with townhouses all facing in and a courtyard like this. And it was some of the most interesting time I ever had in my life. We all congregated in that square, and we all talk about these land use plans where we want community engagement and we want the neighbors to know each other and be a part of a community. And we try to create this all the time. And Mr. Stolzenberg, we had this conversation. Sometimes that happens organically. And so I like the mountain views, but I won't ever forget my time where I spent in a complex that looked very much like this.
Doesn't have to be either or.
Right, but I do have concerns. Yes, we have infrastructure problems in this city. We have this conversation over and over and over again. We have some enforcement issues in our city. I'm hoping to further that conversation soon. We need more enforcement when it comes to our bike ped. We put together all of these plans, and we want to make them work, but we need the enforcement part of this to make that work. I am also concerned with some unknowns. I'm concerned about the stormwater management plan and the nutrient credits. I'm concerned about a comment in the staff report that says that staff won't accept the streets as they are into the system. So I know there's going to be a homeowners association, but then we talk about snow removal and all the different things that we have. The trail system right now, this being given to the city, is, even though we're talking about needing to maintain that as a city, the city's trying to buy these areas anyway, so we're either going to get it or we're going to have to purchase it. And so I think this is a win for the city. I know we maintain parks, but that is one of our major strategic plans in our comprehensive plan, is these vibrant park and trail systems, and now we provide more connectivity to this. I agree with Mr. Sully Yates about the housing near schools. We talk about this in our I know, I told you I'm going to shock all of you. We need more housing near our schools. We talk about this in the comprehensive plan, and the trails near the schools. I would like to see a little more thought as well. And I would not mind a deferral to somebody to come back with some more questions answered, to kind of give us more information about this bottleneck at King Court and Flint Drive. I like I like both of them being connected as well. The information about the stormwater, telling us how many things can be, do we need more than 50 dwelling units per acre to give some more accessory dwelling units, or accessory apartments possibly, for some rental opportunities to help with these 3,300 affordable dwelling units that we're looking for. Maybe even a little more plan about how we're going to get these. I would like to see more than 5 at 80% AMI affordable dwelling units for longer than 10 years. But I'm hopeful about a nonprofit coming in and helping out with that. We hear you. We know there's a bus problem. We hear you. We know there are sidewalks. We talk about this constantly, and it is a huge concern. So that is what I have. So we can have more conversation, entertain a deferral, or
Thank you for a few additional seconds, and I appreciate all the constructive comments. I've made a lot of notes. I always do. I'd really like to move it forward. We've been working on this for a while, and I think we've got a great project, and I want to move it forward. What I would like to commit to you and to council who's sitting here watching is that before it goes to council, we would amend the proffers to make sure they reflect what we've heard here. That does mean an additional public hearing. Perfectly fine with that. Correct the concept showing the street that doesn't work like it's supposed to, so that they don't have to vote on something drawn that that isn't what we would want to build anyway. So I hope that's enough to move it forward. We do have a lot of work to do before this is a project that's on the ground, so this won't be the last refining we do with the project. We're trying to set the limits within which it has to move forward to site plan. So if we can get a vote, hopefully favorable tonight, I commit to you and to council, and I urge them to vote no if we don't live up to this, that we'll make those tweaks that we've heard to the proffers and then go to them for the next public hearing, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we vote, I would encourage you, since you feel unknown, we feel like there's a lot of unknown, that we do have opportunities for you to come before us to have kind of a work session. And I encourage you to take advantage of those opportunities, and then that way you can have some questions answered. We can get some questions answered before it comes to a vote. We do have those opportunities available as well. So with that, we're moving forward. There's no deferral from the applicant. Would you like to?
I've got one question on the street thing. The staff report said they couldn't be accepted as public streets, but also that they couldn't function as private streets. Does that mean that they just couldn't be like that at all? They have to fix it no matter what, or just that they wouldn't work well?
So even private streets have to follow the standards and design manual. And so this would not meet in this configuration. And I can mention, as I mentioned in pre-meeting, and as the applicant has mentioned, some of this stuff at site plan could be adjusted. There's kind of a trade-off. If City Council were to approve the PUD, all site plans related to PUDs, the Planning Commission is the reviewing body. So you would get a site plan to review, and it would be your decision based on the proffered development plan and the site plan, and if they match. I mean, there can be some adjustments if you feel those adjustments are within that approved proffered plan. It would be okay, but you have that being the reviewing body for site plans connected to PUDs. You are making that call on whether the site plan is substantially the same as the PUD development plan.
And is it possible to exempt accessory dwelling units and or affordable dwelling units, for that matter, from the 50 limit?
No.
Planning Commission, you have a proffered development plan, a proffer statement in front of you. That is what the applicant has put forward. The applicant has indicated they would probably make adjustments to their proffer, depending on Planning Commission's action tonight. If you have several motions that you could do, if you move it on to City Council, you're moving on what you reviewed tonight. The applicant can make adjustments, and between there's provision in the code to make changes to the proffer statement between Planning Commission, City Council. City Council will have to decide whether they will, one, hold a public hearing on their own to advertise those new proffers. They can recommend kicking it back to Planning Commission to have Planning Commission review the new proffers, or they can hold just their meeting on the recommendation and the materials you presented.
Madam Chair, I believe I have a motion.
Sounds great.
I move to recommend that City Council should approve ZM 18-003, including the critical slope waiver requested in P19-00013, on the basis that the streets proposed within the PUD development are laid out in a manner substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, and approval of the proposed PUD development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and will serve the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice.
We have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
The only point I'll make is that based on what, again, I love the vision, I love where you're going, but based on what I know today, I'm going to have to vote no, but I'm hoping that when it gets to council, a lot of the issues that we've raised will have been addressed and corrected so they can give you their support.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of your concerns, and I found some parts of this application to be somewhat underwhelming. But I think the reason I'm going to support it today is because if this goes down and comes back as a better PUD, that'd be awesome. But if it comes back as the much more expensive $500,000 plus houses like we see on Porter Ave and Oaklawn and Krista and Naylor right north of there, I think we will have made a big mistake.
And I have a question about that for the attorney. If it goes to council with a denial, does that change the process for the applicant in terms of?
No.
No.
It doesn't matter whether it's up or down to council. Doesn't change any of the applicant's alternatives.
No.
Okay.
And so what the commission is being asked to vote on is what's in front of us in the application, not
That's right.
promises for making any
That's right.
changes, not any of that.
That's right.
The application.
That's right. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Creasy, would you call roll?
Mr. Alejandro?
No.
Mr. Soli Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
No.
Mr. Heaton?
Yes.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
And Ms. Green?
No. While I love this project, I need more assurities of what it's going to be. And that's why I can't support it. So,
I got just one other point, just as you guys begin to think about
Right, we
your
don't
appeal
have
to
we don't have
council.
an action at this point, so.
What?
Let me finish my point. As you begin thinking about your appeal to council, it would be really good if you could solidify your thoughts around the affordable housing piece as well, and who the partner might be if you're going to have a partner to do that.
Mr. Mitchell, you're a little bit ahead. We have a denial of an approval, so we have to have an approval of a denial. Is that what I'm hearing?
We have to have an action.
An
Right
action.
now, we have no action on this item.
Okay. Sure.
I'm very glad to hear where you all stand now, and if I could come back and see you again, I'd like to request a deferral at this point. If you want to vote, that's okay too. I think I'll be back to see you either way.
So we have a request for a deferral. Do we need to take an action as to whether
Whether
we
you
vote on
accept
that?
I move that we accept the deferral.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the applicant's deferral. Ms. Creasy, we call roll.
Mr. Alejandro?
No.
Mr. Soli Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
And Ms. Green?
Aye. We appreciate the offer, and that motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Thank you all for your time. We look forward to seeing the questions answered. I think we got to have one more public hearing. We have an email address. If you want to email us, we'll be happy to have some conversation.
Somebody with some talent, an architect, landscape architect with some talent. Why don't they do something that's a beautiful site?
So our next public hearing, special use permit 19. It's okay. Let's go to the next one. You all right? You want to take a break?
I'm good.
Why don't we not take a break?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
good.
Keep me busy.
Special use permit 19-0001, 1617 Emmett Street Drive through landowner Wells Fargo Bank by its agent Riverbend Development Incorporated is requesting a special use permit pursuant to City Code Section 34-420 to authorize a specific land use drive-through window for a restaurant for property identified on City Tax Map 40C as Parcel 2, subject property. Having an area of approximate 0.5 acres, the subject property is zoned HW Highway Corridor Mixed Use Commercial with entrance corridor overlay and has frontage on Emmett Street North and Angus Road. The comprehensive plan use map calls for this area to be mixed use development. Who's our
Joey Winter.
There we go. Staff report. Thank you.
I'm here. How's it going? This is actually the first time I've been up here, and so I'm Joey Winter. I think I met all of you.
You look good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've only known you by email.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a city planner, or the new guy, I guess, at NDS. So the item before you tonight is a special use permit request for 1617 Emmett Street. The applicant, Riverbend Development, represented by Ms. Ashley Davies, is requesting a special use permit to authorize a specific land use, which is a drive-through window for a restaurant. Their proposal is to convert the existing structure at 1617 Emmett Street, which is a former bank, into a coffee shop with a drive-through window. 2 pieces of background on this request. The proposed use of the building, which is defined by code as a restaurant, is a by right use in the HW zoning district. An SUP is required for the restaurant's drive-through window. So this application is for the drive-through portion only, not the coffee shop itself. And the second point is that City Council approved an ordinance to authorize restaurants with drive-through windows in the HW zoning district with a special use permit on August 20th of 2018. Prior to that point, drive-through windows for restaurants in this zoning district were not allowed under any circumstance. Regarding the site, subject property is zoned HW. It has an entrance corridor overlay. It's located southwest of the intersection of Emmett Street and Angus Road. To the north of the property across Angus Road is a fast food restaurant with a drive-through. To the east across Emmett Street are 2 hotels. And then around the property to the south and west is a retail shopping center. All those parcels are zoned HW with an entrance corridor overlay. For some added context on the area, on Emmett Street from the Albemarle County line to Barracks Road, which is a distance of about 1 mile, there are 8 businesses with drive-throughs. 7 of those are restaurants, and 1 of those is a bank. 4 of those are located north of the Route 250 bypass, and 4 are south. Some info for you guys to consider tonight. A preliminary site plan exhibit was submitted as a supplement to this application. It's included with my staff report as attachment 3. Per the request of the applicant, the site plan is being treated only as an exhibit, and it's not gone through a full staff review at this point. 3 aspects of the application and that site plan exhibit that Commission might want to consider tonight. The first one is the site plan exhibit proposes eliminating an entrance to the site on Emmett Street. This is being done at the request of the city's traffic engineer. Second is that proposed staff condition 2 was included to address concerns from traffic engineering about vehicle circulation at the site. Based on trip generation data provided by the applicant, the coffee shop drive-through will generate significantly more vehicle trips per day than the previous bank drive-through did. It's also important to note that there's an existing ATM on site that is proposed to remain, and that's in the far outside of the 3 drive-through lanes, the one furthest away from the building. A third thing to consider is that no changes to the structure are proposed in this site plan exhibit, but the applicant has indicated to staff that it's possible they may seek to remove the canopy over the drive-through at some point in the future. This site lies in an entrance corridor, so any alterations of the structure or that canopy will require ERB approval. and proposed staff condition 1 was included to make this clear. Regarding public comment, no written public comment was received during this application process. The community meeting required by code was held by the applicant at the site on March 21st, and a second unofficial community meeting was held a week later on March 28th, also at the site. Staff's recommendation is that the application be approved with the following 2 conditions. Condition 1 is that a certificate of appropriateness shall be obtained from the Entrance Corridor Review Board prior to any alteration of the existing structure or canopy. And the second condition is that the final site plan shall include additional signing and pavement markings, including both lane lines and text, to designate the travelways for drive-through and non-drive-through traffic, and specify that all traffic is one way on the site. So in conclusion, please remember that the factors to consider as you review this application are listed in your staff report and are found in City Code Section 34-157. And I and staff are available to answer any questions you may have. Thanks, and I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hold on. Take a breath.
Not too bad. Good.
I'm here all night.
Any questions before he? Yes, please.
Okay.
We're going to do this now.
Okay.
This is a site I know well. This used to be my bicycle commute. Yeah, I'm an insane person. That's right. This area, auto-dominated history, some real troubles. Our zoning intends it to be more of a transition zone from auto-dominated to something more human-friendly, where bicycles and pedestrians could be imagined. And VDOT gave us a bucket of money to do a crosswalk on 29, which terminates at this future potential coffee shop. But there is no relationship to the building. The building's very far back, and a drive-through is being proposed at this building. Very auto-dominated use, not really transitional use. Would it be possible to mitigate that in some way? And if so, what would that look like?
Well, I guess that's ultimately up to you guys. What I could say is that the city code, when it defines the highway corridor zoning district, the purpose of that district, it states in section 34-549 is to facilitate development of a commercial nature that is more auto-oriented than mixed use and neighborhood commercial corridors. And then the hydraulic small area plan, its conceptual land use map, which is on page 75, that designates this parcel as commercial. And it defines the commercial category. It says it applies to community and regional shopping centers and highway-oriented retail districts. So based on that, those 2 items, the zoning code and the small area plan, mention that it's they use auto or highway-oriented, and that's why staff found it appropriate, this use at this place. And then regarding the setbacks, in the staff report, it does mention that the structure is over the maximum setback from both Emmett Street and Angus Road. The proposal here is to use the existing building, and then it becomes a question of, it's hard to see a way to do that and also bring the site into conformity with the setbacks. So that
I can tell you one thought that occurred to me. I've been to other places, and there are sidewalks that connect from the street to businesses. Could that be possible here?
I'd have to look at the map. There is a sidewalk all the way down Angus Road and all the way around.
You have to go all the way around.
Yeah, let me.
Would that be something we could ask the applicant, since the site plan is not finalized?
Thank you.
Really quick, do you want to make a statement about the traffic engineer in our pre-meeting and talking about how that circulation, maybe I missed that.
No, I guess there had been some questions. Is there a concern about the Angus Road entrance? I haven't, the traffic engineer expressed to me that it wasn't one of his concerns. So
right.
That's all I want to say.
All right. Mr. Alejandro, questions?
No, none.
Ms. Dow?
Just for the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Teet?
No.
All right. Get a drink of water. You did great first time. Whew. All right. City Council, do you have a question? Okay, look, he's good. You're good. All right.
Handicap
Got Ashley
Now I'm in the
there.
hot seat. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name's Ashley Davies. I'm with Riverbend Development. Thank
Hang
you
on one
so-
second.
Oh,
These kids.
Hey, guy.
We're designing it down here.
I don't want you to do that. I want you to listen, please. All right, start her 10 minutes over.
We got you a sidewalk.
thanks. I got a few extra seconds.
Here we go.
All right. Good evening, Ashley Davies, Riverbend Development. Thank you for considering our request this evening. I wanted to start by saying we have really appreciated working with Joey so far on the development and with staff. And we've already, as Joey mentioned, staff gave us a couple of conditions on the site, one being looking at additional signage and pavement markings, how we can make the flow work well. And we're actually already looking into how we do that on site. The good news is this site has already been a drive-through, so it was designed specifically for that usage type and the flow. So with a few minor tweaks, we think that it will be in great shape for a coffee shop with a drive-through window. I'll start. We have a couple of things I wanted to cover: zoning, traffic, sustainability, and the community benefit of this project. And as Mr. Winter already mentioned, with the zoning, this is the highway corridor, so it is one that is more auto-oriented, and it is situated for the most intensive commercial uses in Charlottesville. That being said, we have no intention to ignore the pedestrians, so I welcome more conversation on how we can improve pedestrian access. But it is along Route 29, which is it is our most heavily traveled corridor in Charlottesville, over 46,000 vehicle trips per day. Also wanted to cover traffic. So we did our traffic studies of the site, and interestingly, with a coffee shop use, that does drive, I guess there are more vehicle trips per day than a bank use, the existing use of the site. But if you look at the difference, between a coffee shop and a coffee shop with a drive-through, there is no significant difference. And actually, during the AM peak hour, the coffee shop with the drive-through is actually fewer vehicle trips than just the by right use. Shocked me as well. I see the look. But also the big difference in a coffee shop and a bank is that coffee shops are primarily pass-by trips. I believe it's 89% of those trips are pass-by trips. So that means that it's people already traveling up and down 29. It's cars that would have already been there, and that's why it's so great to locate it on 29. That's a great spot for this use versus a bank, which is actually primary trips. So saying you're at your house, I need to go to the bank and deposit a check. So you are creating a new trip on that road versus a pass-by. So just wanted to clarify that point. We also think sustainability is a huge topic. You mentioned that the building is pulled back from the road, and we recognize that, and we've considered a variety of uses for the site, and in some of them we had new construction on the site. But the great part about putting a coffee shop here is that this building is perfectly suited for it as is. It's a lovely building. It's made of high quality materials, and by using that existing building, we can really ensure the maximum use of those material lifespans and reduce waste over time, not to mention all of the waste that goes into new construction, the extraction of materials, the transportation costs. So we think it is really, the right choice for Charlottesville to reuse this building that is perfectly suitable, in great shape, so we can adapt it easily for this new use. We also think the coffee shop serves a major community benefit. As staff mentioned, we had 2 meetings with the neighborhood association. They were not well attended, but it gave us time to have ample conversations with those who were able to join us. And you know, while this coffee shop is on Route 29, it's also part of the Meadows neighborhood. And what we discovered in talking to neighbors there was that there's really no place for meeting or gathering in that area. It's really bereft of anything of that sort. So this particular use as a coffee shop is actually a huge benefit as creating, you know, it could be a de facto neighborhood gathering and meeting place. And folks seem to be excited about that option in particular versus just some other, I guess, random retail or commercial use. And given its location on Angus as well, it is actually quite walkable to a lot of the residences in that neighborhood. So we think it'll really serve a great community purpose and felt support from those in the neighborhood that we've spoken with. And just to, I guess, reiterate one more time on the site design, we've actually been working with our proposed tenant, and I wanted to make sure that as we condition the potential for more signage and for striping, we're actually also exploring the idea of more of a raised median that actually separates the drive-through area from the other kind of bypass traffic. So it's even kind of taking that to another level to make the flow of the site work better. I think you see that in some of the county drive-throughs where that's more of a standard condition. So I just want to leave it open to finding the best option to make that site as safe as possible. But what that, if you do the actual raised median, it actually does really, it assists the flow from Angus and keeping that traffic from creating any backups into the Angus intersection and road. So it's actually a huge benefit to the site and the neighborhood. So we're exploring all of that now. So thank you for your time and happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
So our biggest question in the pre-meeting was how is the vault going to be used?
Oh, that is a great question. Yeah, I was thinking, I've actually seen other locations where they've tried to transform that into like a kid zone or something. I mean, that thing is massive. I was like, yeah.
It's so
Shut the door, right?
I mean, talk about quiet,
Heather's
right?
on board.
Make it
Yeah,
an ADU.
we are trying to figure out the vault right now. That is a huge,
It's hard to deal with,
huge
and they're
issue.
usually not air conditioned either.
No, but
And it's hard to get a
that
vent
could be
through
your
those walls.
specialty seating.
So we had we had an idea that if you took the what is the handicapped drop off next to the lane and extended that to the sidewalk through the planting bed, that gave you a sidewalk access from Angus Road to the
Yep.
to the building.
Mm-hmm.
So just a thought.
Yeah, actually, I know you guys don't like new information, so you don't have to consider this new information, but it does actually.
But I have some new information.
You don't have to consider this as part of your vote, but it's interesting that you bring that up because that's exactly what the architect has also proposed.
You know, a representative for
brilliant.
Justin is here, so you're setting a precedence that we don't like.
They're brilliant.
So they are right on target with your thought process, and we're happy to incorporate that. But
I have no questions.
This does show what I was demonstrating as
Right.
the raised median concept. So that would clear out any traffic. If you don't have that raised median, what happens is you could have cars coming in from Angus and then trying to angle kind of into the driveway, the drive-through lane immediately. So this forces them to come in, get out of the road so they're not blocking traffic, keeps the flow going.
So they would have to go all the way around.
That's correct. It's kind of like the Chick-fil-A model, if you've done that up by Lowe's. annoying to the consumer, but if you like the product enough, you will go for it.
Mr. Soliates?
I'm happy.
Ms. Dow?
I was just wondering what made you guys consider to keep the ATM in the proposed line? Not that it's the issue, but I was just curious.
Well, it was there, and I think, I've been to the site several times over the past few months, and it seems to provide another community benefit just having that ATM there, even though the in-banking services are no longer there. A lot of people do banking almost solely by ATM these days, so you still get the benefit of that bank service. And the great thing about the ATM is that it doesn't have peak hours. Since it's a 24-hour use, it can that traffic that may flow in for an ATM happens over the course of a day, so it's not conflicting with other peak hour uses. Sure.
Mr. Heaton?
Sorry, I stepped out for a minute. My question is really another curiosity. With 2 lanes in a coffee shop, I'm wondering how you deliver the coffee through a vacuum tube to the far lane. Is that a real thing?
So the drive-through for the coffee shop is only the lane immediately next to the building. The middle lane is a bypass lane, so just to get traffic flowing through, and then the third lane is that ATM.
No coffee in the third lane.
Or the second lane.
Just for you. We might have some special deliveries.
I just wondered if it came through a vacuum.
That would be cool. It might be a little messy.
So to be clear, because of the bypass lane, I can't get my Frappuccino with my left hand and then withdraw
All right,
half.
All right. That is correct. All right. I want to get to the public hearing, and then council can leave, and then we can harangue you up for all the puns that are out
That's
there.
fair.
Mr. Mitchell? I don't have any questions, but I'll have comments.
Okay.
So let's open the public hearing. And then hang tight, we may have something for you. So this time we'll open the public hearing for the special use permit, and I don't have anybody signed up. So is there anyone that would like to come up and have a coffee comment through the bypass window? Or a suggestion for what to use the vault for? Perfect. And I will close the public hearing and we can have further discussion. Thank you, council members. I appreciate your attention and presence. I know you will. I'm going to say something just for you, and you'll have to tell me what it is.
I appreciate your consideration to go back to the prior format where we did the hearings at the beginning, which worked for two years.
I know, but it doesn't work necessarily for the public. But we'll talk about that later.
Just asking you, that's your judgment, but
right.
Just, it worked very well before.
Right.
So, I agree.
Maybe. Mayor Walker and I have had a couple conversations, but we can have some more. So let's finish this public hearing.
Let's make a motion.
You want to make a motion?
I don't have it pulled up.
I do appreciate the bypass lane, because if you've ever been to Pan Tops with that drive-through lane on that coffee shop with the green logo, there's some major concerns, and I think you actually used to own that property, so you know those concerns about backup into the roadway. So this is a huge benefit for that parcel.
So, what was that motion?
I don't know. Do I have a motion?
Well, I'll make one.
Okay, great.
I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit to authorize a drive-through window for a restaurant at 1617 Emmett Street North, subject to the 2 conditions presented in the staff report. Condition 1 is a certificate of appropriateness shall be obtained from the Entrance Corridor Review Board prior to any alteration of the existing structure or canopy. And 2, the final site plan shall include additional signage and pavement markings, including both lane lines and text to designate the travel ways for drive-through and non-drive-through traffic, and specify that all traffic is one way. And additional condition that a sidewalk, that the handicap access lane be extended so that it connects with the sidewalk on Angus Road.
Second.
We have a motion and a couple seconds. A motion and a second. Is there any further conversation?
I have a question.
Yes.
Should we refer to this exhibit as part of that motion?
I'm not if you want to refer to it for the sidewalk, but other than, is that?
I think just stating it is enough. I'm afraid that if we bring this exhibit in and it hasn't been to the public and,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, that's second, that's.
Okay, a motion and a second. Ms. Chrissy, we call roll.
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dowd?
Aye.
Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell? And Ms. Green?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your time, and I do have a recommendation. If you ever go to Seville Coffee, that kid area, it is quiet in this vault. I'm just saying. And you can mark on the walls, and the stainless will clean right up.
I love it.
There you go. Okay. We are now on to our entrance corridor, so I am going to gavel us out of the Planning Commission and into the entrance corridor. And have our staff report.
Staff report. I always thought you were supposed to spin in your chair when you gavelled in and out, but
Was I?
I read it somewhere in,
You read it?
in an old document.
Old document.
I'll review
Can
it.
I designate someone to do that for me? Gary, that's you.
It's so early in the evening, we probably have the energy to.
Don't jinx this.
I know.
Do not jinx this.
I know. Excuse me, Jeff Warner, I'm the Preservation and Design Planner. This is an EC Certificate of Appropriateness request for Hillsdale Place, which is located at 1801 Hydraulic Road. This is a 9-acre site. It's designated mixed use in the comp plan. It's zoned highway corridor with an entrance corridor overlay. It is within sub-area A of the Route 29 North Entrance Corridor. Sub-area A extends from the city line, which is just above Seminole Square, down to the 29-250 bypass. It's on the site of, it's a vacant building, but it was on the site of what had previously been occupied by the Kmart and Gold's Gym. Hillsdale Place was initially reviewed by the ERB in 2017. It involves the partial demolition, partial reconstruction, and full renovation of an existing one-story commercial building with surface parking. The intent is to maintain the current building footprint and reuse portions of the existing structure. The design includes articulated wall segments, varying parapet heights, a 39-foot tall tower in the central plaza area. The building materials will be brick, split-face concrete masonry units, metal panels, wood cladding and siding, and cast stone. In November of 2017, you all reviewed a proposed design and unanimously approved the COA with conditions. The proposal before you tonight represents some revisions to the 2017 design, except for the color selection and facade alterations at the western end of the project. This new design is all but almost identical to the old, and for the most part, it addresses the conditions of the 2017 COA. In fact, except for the changes to the western facades, staff would have administratively approved this request. And I want to add that since the staff report was posted last week, the applicant has shared with me some additional changes to the western end of the building, and they do address the concerns staff had about the starkness of those elevations. These would be the walls facing Route 29 and the north wall, which is at the rear of the building. And staff is comfortable with administratively approving those modifications, which leaves only the matter of the proposed red elements at the west and south facades that we seek a decision on from you all. And as I summarized in the staff report, the proposed materials, color palette, landscaping generally are appropriate for the entrance corridor to meet the guidelines. However, it's the red elements that conflict with the guidelines, particularly 4 of the 6 guidelines addressing color, which are the palette of colors should be compatible with adjacent developments. To limit the number of color choices, generally there's a wall color, trim color, accent color and roof color, that bright accent colors may be appropriate for smaller areas such as awnings and signs on commercial buildings, and to not use strong colors that has the effect of turning the entire building into a sign. Now, granted, it's not turning the entire building into a sign, but it is no doubt a strong color. Additionally, there's one provision of the entrance corridor guidelines that I want to comment on, and that is to respect and enhance Charlottesville's character. That provision reads, Charlottesville seeks new construction that reflects the unique character, history, and cultural diversity of this place. Architectural transplants from other locales or shallow imitations of historical architectural styles, for example, are neither appropriate nor desirable. Incompatible aspects of franchise design or corporate signature buildings must be modified to fit the character of this community. So with all that said, staff's opinion is that the proposal, again, generally complies with the guidance or the guidelines for the EC. However, the concern is about the introduction of elements that are immediately identified as franchise specific and of a scale and nature not seen elsewhere in the EC. I'll also note we did receive one public comment. I got an email from a city resident who urged that we tone down or diminish the amount of red on the wall and signage. So that taken care of. Get to the recommendations. And staff finds the proposed design to be appropriate and recommends approval, but only with conditions that address concerns about the introduction of the red elements. The options to address this might include reducing the area of the proposed red panels, possibly inverting the colors, red to white, white to red on the panels. There may be some additional thoughts that you all have. Also, staff recommends 5 conditions if you are to consider approval of the COA. 4 are from the prior COA, and 1 we recommend it will accommodate the more recent updates to the west and north facades. And they are, first, all signage shall appear to be lit white at night. All exterior lighting shall be full cutoff. And I've written these down so that someone can read from them if they want. Dumpsters will be within enclosures constructed of materials similar to the building. Landscaping or other materials will be used to reasonably screen utility boxes and panels from adjacent property that indicate on the plan the location of the bus shelter or bus stop. And finally, at the west and north elevation, to use variation in the approved materials and wall details to further break down the mass and scale of each facade. And I would add this as presented to staff on pages 9 and 10 of renderings dated 7 May 2019. And those were the drawings that renderings that were shared with me after we posted the staff report. So that's where things are. I printed these off if you wanted to see them. Like I said, I am comfortable with them given the guidelines, and I have typed up my suggested motion if that's of any assistance.
Thank you.
I certainly can answer any questions.
Questions?
So I'm a little confused. So the things that I printed out of the agenda package for today, they are no longer?
No, they're absolutely valid, and that's what you are reviewing.
That's what we're reviewing. Okay.
And because I said the changes, the way to think about it is go back to what I had said earlier, is that if these had come in with some of these slight modifications of design, but without the red and that articulation had been maintained on those 2 facades, I would have said that we would have reviewed that administratively and continued. So, but I know also that so I had shared that with them that, here's what we'd like to see, as I said in the staff report. They sent to me some renderings, said, hey, will this work? But it was after we had circulated what's in the staff report. So I don't want to say, so I'm almost saying that if you are inclined to approve the COA, again, assuming there's some discussion about the red, a condition that the north and west elevations be further articulated, further treated. It's a similar condition actually that was put in 2017. Then that would allow me, to sort of move forward with what they've sent me last week.
So there are two choices, really, that you all have. You can react solely to the materials that you have in front of you, which notes 5 conditions, which covers all of the concerns that Mr. Warner has put forward with the materials that you have in front of you. Or you can reference a document that you have not had the opportunity to see that denotes a number of those conditions already being met, with the main condition remaining having to do with the large red element on the building.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So to be more targeted,
No.
we're concerned about the red.
Navigational equipment.
We have looked at our media sitting here going, wait, are they going to say it? Ashley, you're going to let them know so they can go home?
Thank you, Ms. Creasy.
I hear Kmart's making a comeback, and their signs were red, so.
What are we doing?
Questions for Mr. Warner, typically, at this point.
I just had a quick question. And just in your professional opinion, and I asked you this earlier in
Yes.
the pre-meeting, how does this, what we have before us, how is it harmonious into the other part of the back parcel that's proposed to be developed as well?
And it was a good question. I offered sort of 2 thoughts on that. One, the guidelines, and since I took Mary Joy's spot, 15 months ago now, entrance corridor projects I haven't had that many, but we've had more than she had in the last couple of years. And in all candor, I find some vagueness in the entrance corridor guidelines, which you and I discussed, what does the word appropriate mean? What does it compatible mean? So on one side of this, there's an opportunity with, at some point, I hope we revisit the guidelines and can kind of clarify what those mean. And I think there's different types of entrance corridors that it could mean different things. So in terms of this area being sort of that from the 29 bypass north, I mean, that's a very different place than south of the 29 bypass. So that was, one answer of it. The other was that compatibility, I see it in terms of it doesn't jump up and scream at you. That this is, as you come in this corridor, and the best example I can think of is Route 20 coming in towards Fredericksburg from the west, and that is just, in all honesty, kind of there's no design guidelines there. So compatibility in the sense that we're keeping this somewhat consistent in that we're not, there's not a bright blue building, not a bright red building, there's not a big sign, it's consistently low key. That might sound like I'm equivocating, but that seems to be the best way for me to approach this. But like I said, if we got closer in on different, like High Street, I would look at it differently. But on this segment up here, it's I'm just trying not to make this building jump out at us, if that makes sense.
Mr. Warner, I do have a question. About what is the elevational difference between 29 North and where the building sits?
It's a good
As I
question.
recall,
Yeah.
it's the Kmart was always kind of in the hole.
I was at that. I don't drive too much on 29 North, but I was up there the other day, and as I looked over and kind of that awareness of it being down low. It's almost hard to see in the sense of it's a gray building and it was a gray day, but I mean, if I had to guess, maybe 12 feet, 15 feet. So it is set down. There is a landscaping plan. It's part of this. So it's.
And I see there's a future out parcel on the west end of the building too.
There's a couple on there. I think there's 5 sites that are planned for future development in some capacity. But to answer also about the height, it's not so much the color red that I have a problem with, or that I see from the guidelines. It's the extent of it, the amount of it maybe. You know, I like all colors. You know, it's and as someone pointed out, there's a big blue facade across the street in down 29. But it's maybe the scale of it and amount of it that just seems to overwhelm that corner. And you know, when we went from a building design that was predominantly grays and browns and kind of earth tones to this one end is such a dramatic difference. That's why I felt necessary to get your input on that. But so yeah, as far as the elevation goes, I think that's a mitigating aspect of this. I think the landscaping plan could be. I think all of us look forward to the day when we see redevelopment that's pulled to the street, but that's not the case. So does that help?
Yep, thank you.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Really quickly about the sign, and we talked about this earlier too, so that's why I wanted to make it
Fine.
transparent. What about the inverse of the color?
I think that would be, there's a, you know, a similarly colored store further up on 29 where that has an inversion of the colors. It's the red is less compared to the lighter. So that's just my opinion, though, and I think that this is. I think enough people have kind of got a sense of what might be coming here, and there's a general buzz about it. I got a feeling they could probably, if it is what everyone thinks, they could probably just stick a little sign in the ground and be fine. So I'm not. I had a meeting the other day with a gentleman that manages the Federal Realty site with Barracks Road Shopping Center, and I said, what's the hang up with signs? I said, you know, I never. It's not like I'm driving up 29 and go, oh my gosh, I feel like buying a mattress, you know, or, you know, gee, look, Alexa's for sale, let's go. You know, you, in this community, generally we go shopping where we know and where we like, and he agreed. He said, oh, absolutely. He said, signage is kind of, it's an expense that, you know, isn't always necessary. He said, however, that's the first thing a tenant will ask me. He said, how much signage do I get, and where can I put it, and what's it going to look like, you know, so. So perception is reality.
Thank you.
I've got a question about the building marked future next to 29. Do we know anything about that? Is that something we should be considering as part of this? Do we know if it's going to block any of it?
It's probably, I don't know. I think, and Ashley probably better at explaining some of the way the out parcels work and how, you know, what's planned for development there. But the way we look at it now is have to assume what we have on paper, there's nothing there.
And the freestanding sign location, is that also for this store?
The signage will all be addressed in a comprehensive signage plan. And as soon as I get done with this in the BAR next Tuesday, I will be diving into that. And a comprehensive signage plan will take and codify, almost a matter of ordinance, what can happen there. So you can look at what's on there, but that signage plan will be what prevails once it's reviewed and approved.
How does this change if or when the new intersection is put in at 29 and Hydraulic?
I wish the transportation guys were still here, because I was.
We've seen that plan. I don't think it touches it.
Yeah.
And members of the team have been part of the committee that were working with that, so.
Yeah,
I guess Hydraulic goes down under Seminole, as I recall.
Yeah.
So Seminole may stay the same,
Yeah.
and the Hydraulic goes under?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's any discussions, and it's about the that entrance that goes across to the one closest to 29.
Road? Or?
But I would just those are being resolved and discussed. So really focusing on the design of the building is you know, we'll let you know further as those things change.
Go ahead, Mr.
I have no questions, but I'll bring a motion.
We're finishing questions. I think we still need to hear from the applicant, right?
That's typically how it works.
Well, I mean, it's not a public hearing, but we still haven't heard from the applicant. No? You do? Okay. So if this turns out to not be a red sign, because
It'd be nice.
then, or it's not the anchor
Not a
store.
navigation store, right?
Are we going to have to come back and do this again? Because we've already gone this once.
Ideally, what we would have is a color palette that then allows me to be able to work within it. If things come in, I could say, yeah, that fits with what, like Barracks Road Shopping Center, for example. You all don't see new things that come in. We have guidelines that kind of we fall back on. So best case, it would be you all approve something that if it becomes something else. But if you were to say, for example, well, we'll approve it, but if it's not this, it's got to come back, that's kind of difficult.
But you didn't give us a color palette you wanted approved for this. You gave us what is the rendering, and that's what I'm concerned
and the
about.
materials-
We've done this once.
Well, the
and I
materials
don't-
on the last page 20 or whatever it is the material
But
palette.
it's
the
a
color
lot
palette.
of red.
A lot of red, and everything else is sort of like I said, that gray and brown and pick a color, but this is the strong color that stands out. So I said it could be a function of reducing the scale of it, inverting it. It's
the inverse has been done. Okay.
And I said, I'm of my personal opinion. I think that, I mean, you think about going. I even today was on Google, driving the little man driving up and down 29 and looking east and west and trying to see what we had.
Can you give us some distinction? You asked about the distinction of the grade separated, or the grade interchange, Mr. Alejandro. Can you give us some distinction about how a big blue swath got with some yellow letters on it just up the street? What is the, I mean, that's pretty vibrant.
My sense was it's not as strong a color. It's again, that's my perception of it. It's set back and above the street, so it's kind of it's surprising how it doesn't jump out at you as you're driving down. It's very possible that the grade, the lower grade of this site mitigates that. It's possible, but it is, there's no doubt it's much closer to the street, and it's just it's on two facades versus a panel over an entrance. So, but I'm more than willing to be corrected.
Okay. Any more questions so we can hear from the applicant? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening. My name's Kevin Lyon with Bignell Watkins Hasser Architects, and we're the designers of the project working with Ashley and Riverbend Development on this design. So we actually have the renderings that you all have loaded on the computer here. I don't know if we put this on the screen to talk about them a little easier, or if you would prefer that we just
Just
use
hit us
language.
with it.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to, huh?
Screen.
I don't, do we want to, yeah, just.
We have renderings at this
Yeah,
end.
right, we all have it on our, I've got it right here. Yeah, yeah.
I think the news pretty thoroughly showed the public.
It's it's exciting, but it's not that different.
Okay, so just a very quick background on our sort of design concepts initially, which is what the initial approval was based on, the original design. Really looking at the ERB guidelines and trying to take into account the existing site and how we could come up with some architecture that is visually interesting, more aesthetically appealing, certainly in relation to what's existing there. and how we could stay within the ERB guidelines and really address some specific items there. Particularly, there's an encouragement of contemporary design in the ERB guidelines and specific materials that are laid out to achieve that goal, one of which is metal paneling and masonry, and then a lot of the brick that we're working in as well. That combined with creating a pedestrian experience that really creates a sense of place and a focal point for organization of the site was a huge principle in what we did. And you can see that in the design of that plaza layout in particular, and how that works with the site. And again, just a vast difference from what's existing there now, and even what was existing there when the Kmart was operational. So as we look at the updated design, I think what we wanted to make sure we were staying with was that within those guidelines for contemporary design in terms of the materials. So it is obviously a different color than we showed before. The material itself is not different. It's metal paneling, which was already in the palette. It's a material that's high quality, has a permanence to it, and that's something that specifically in the ERB looks for. In terms of the site and how that relates, 15 feet is accurate, starting at this corner of the building where this design is concerned, where 29 is 15 feet up, Seminole Trail is 15 feet up, and that comes down as you come more across the site. So that certainly contributes to the design and how it's going to be perceived as it's approached by drivers down the entrance corridor. Landscaping was touched on as well. That's certainly something that's considered and is in the official site plans that have been submitted. And then you can see in the site plan that's in this package here, rendered site plan, where the landscaping is laid out to sort of enhance the site in general. So that's really the design guidelines that we were following. I think a diversity of materials is also something that's specifically mentioned in the ERB design guidelines, is something that should be sought after. And the idea being that we're trying to enhance the aesthetic here and really create something that's not going to imitate an older style of architecture that is certainly prevalent, but rather than imitating, going with committing to a more contemporary design and fitting that into the context of what we have. So talking specifically about the red, I think in terms of the recommendations that Mr. Warner made, I think inverting the colors, I'm not sure would be our preference on that. I think if the goal is to have something that's not going to be as stark as compared to the rest of the building, I would tend to say I think our preference would be to look at how the proportions of the red areas work and how we can work in some of the articulation that's elsewhere in the building into that portion. That's one of the big design things we looked at, was articulation at a human scale for the pedestrian experience. So, trying to curtail a little bit vast expanses of, just a similar material or just a long blank wall like what's existing on the site right now. So that's sort of our design thoughts on it. I think obviously you're familiar with the original design, so I don't know if it makes sense to run through all of that. But if you have some questions for me, I'm certainly happy to answer, and we can go from there.
I have a question, just a really quick question.
Sure.
And I'm trying to look now, I believe this is in Minneapolis, and without citing what that anchor store looks like, I do think it would be possible, and very much so possible, to still get that marketing, the signage across without it having to be, are we in questions or statements? I'm sorry.
Questions for the applicant.
So, I was about to make a statement, so I guess to rephrase that as a question, it would be, have you considered other renderings of that end spot that are not so bright and that will still achieve the target of what you're looking for?
Did you just say that?
I did. Do you want to say something about it?
Without using that word, I will say that I think, going back to what I was talking about with the articulation, I think maybe that goal could be accomplished by taking some of the other materials that are elsewhere throughout the building and bringing them a little more into that area, maybe reducing the red a little bit, and articulating it a little more so that it's not essentially turning a portion of the building into a sign, if that's the objection. So yes, there's certainly other elevations and designs that we've considered.
Minneapolis has a good one. Thank you.
You have any questions over here?
So, how critical to the tenant's unique signature is it to have this much red on the building?
It's fairly critical. I think,
absolutely critical?
No.
I think, I think obviously whatever design guidelines are required by the jurisdiction are required. I think what we're trying to do is strike a balance and find a design that sort of finds middle ground that makes everybody acceptable of it. So branding is important, as Mr. Warner said. Obviously, signage is very important, regardless of the tenant. So it's important, and it's trying to find that middle ground of what would be acceptable. I don't know if that answers your question. But.
So along those same lines, you said lowering the percentage of the amount of red. Are you going to be specific about that, or you're just going to say you're willing to consider it?
It's hard to give a specific
branding. What's the branding called?
Right. It's hard to give a specific number. I think it has to do more with proportion and how that red is going to fit within the context of the design of the building, rather than standing out and popping out at you, as Mr. Warner said. So it's not necessarily, we don't have a specific dimension on that, but what's modeled is is an attempt to, right.
Ashley, are we losing this store if you invert it like that's in Albemarle?
So, as Kevin said, we would prefer to look at other design options than a big stark white wall with a red sign, and especially you end up with a white wall and a white sign at night. So
I don't think that's white. Up the street, I don't think it's white.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. I thought what staff was recommending was inverting
if it was in,
the white
if
and
say
the
for
red.
instance,
if it were not red.
Say for instance, in North Albemarle, if there was some kind of other type of store that had a red logo, and it was required to be inverted there, say with a tan background with red letters. Is this going to be a deal breaker for you all in this location?
So I think what would probably be the most helpful for us tonight is to get this type of feedback from your group. What is preferential for this particular part of the entrance corridor? What do you see as compatible? And then Kevin and I would have a chance to go back and speak with that particular tenant and come back with some options for further discussion. So, I mean, that being said, I mean, if people are feeling good about what we have tonight in front of you, we're happy to move forward with that. But if that is not the will of the group, then we are happy to come back with some options that have, either a different color palette potentially, or the different proportions where, I did see in the guidelines that it's fine to have colors as more of an accent color, and I don't think that there's anything particularly bad about red as a color, and I think that that is a more modern area. We're not in the middle of the city, needing something uber classical. So I think it's fine to be playful and colorful in this section of our community, but it's just a matter of how much of that is okay with this group and what do we need to bring before you to gain your approval. So if people are feeling good about what they have, that's great. If not, we will come back next month or in a future month and go through this again with you. But we just want to make sure that we hear exactly what's on your mind tonight and what your preferences are for this site so we can accommodate those.
So I mean, I agree that the red is not. I think it needs something to spice up the development, and the red is perfectly fine. I would probably suggest that we pull back the proportion to a third to a half of what's showing now, but that's just one person's opinion up here.
What I'd like to do is, are we finished with questions and we can go into discussion?
Oh, I didn't have that
That's
question.
okay. That's okay.
I was just trying to move things along.
I know. Well, we can get to that.
I'd like to make a motion, so I just skip.
You have a
I've
question?
got a question, but it's not for the applicant. Given that this whole parcel's within the entrance corridor, are we concerned with the views from both hydraulic and 29, or specifically 29, which is the entrance towards the World Heritage Site?
I think it's my understanding, and maybe I can answer this for you, is most of it is still more like bronze colors, and this large red wall that popped up is why we're here tonight, correct?
Yeah, it's this elevation.
Right.
Well, but there's two
Right, but
red
the-
walls,
the-
right? There's one on the 29
Yeah,
side.
yeah, but I
and
think
there's-
it's that whole corner. Yeah. Corner, not corridor,
Well,
corner.
there's a big
Show the
empty
rendering,
pharmacy
Mr.
thing
Warner,
between.
that you just noted that.
Oh, this one.
Corner.
There, that's
yeah.
the better
Yeah,
rendering.
yeah.
We're good.
Got it.
So when you guys talk about reducing the proportions, do you mean of the big part or the smaller one or both?
The red.
I would vote inversion. Keep all that brown and invert it.
I would vote, never mind. Because we're not in comments, we're in
Oh.
questions. And I'm going to follow the rules for one.
Okay, I know.
Thank goodness.
Can we-
Are we done with questions and we
Yes.
could go to
Yeah.
comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Just for your reference, I would also note that the buildings, I think it's approximately 200 feet from the hydraulic corridor, 15 feet down 200 from 29. I would say at least 400 plus from the hydraulic corridor, if that helps your consideration.
I have a question for us.
I have a question for us too, but I actually have a question for not the applicant, I'm sorry, for staff. Really quick, I think this will answer it. You said it's 400 from hydraulic and 200 from 29? How far, I'm just gonna say it, I'm tired of dancing around. How far is that Best Buy sign from 29?
Well, I guess I tend to think of things in how many lacrosse fields.
Here's what I'm gonna say, when you
That's
get on
probably about-
250.
that's about 400
that
feet.
Best Buy sign is like a
Field and a half.
beacon of light. I mean, so it's elevated, I mean, it's
Again, yeah, I said, no doubt, it was the sort of that singular panel with multiple panels.
But, so you think the blue is not a big deal?
This is where you get to the subjective part of it, and I don't know how to, maybe I just don't like red. But it is I feel like it's a strong color.
It's very close to red brick. We got a lot of that around.
You should see the roof on my house. It puts this red to shame.
I think that's the answer. Let's just switch to Kelly Green.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah. Charleston green. But these are very good questions. One thing I noticed, looking on in this corridor. And Rory, good point on the hydraulic road thing. You can see I did a lot of cutting and pasting from the 2017 staff report, but hydraulic road is one of the corridors this is within. But there's a building south of the bypass that's a red roof, but it's a standing seam metal roof, and I don't know what cookout or whatever it is. So there's this, I said, as I was driving, and oh no, there's a standard, that's a kind of traditional roof pattern. But I agree with what they're saying about the design. I mean, the last thing we want to do here is, pound the, a peg into the hole that says, well, if you make this look like a traditional standing seam roof, it's acceptable. So there's an architectural element that's valid here, just like on the BAR. If you can make the case for your design, then we want to listen. I'm just concerned that the design argument is predicated on a marketing, on a brand, and I don't want to be to gum up the works here, but one thing I've learned in my career is that when a community sticks to what it wants, folks want to be in this community. They want to be part of Charlottesville. This is important to them, and I think we have to be very cautious about drilling holes in the bucket of our regulations and guidelines, because someday you'll ask me to fill up that bucket and put out a fire and it won't hold any water. So I think I just advise that we be measured in this, and if the red's fine, fine. But let's make sure that we establish that is a design element that we welcome, and not simply yielding to where the criteria recommends that we these not become.
So Mr. Warner brings up a good point. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Sorry.
The cookout, for instance, I mean, we have to think about the scale. Scale of this building and Best Buy compared to Zaxby's and Cookout, something that's close, small, near the road, with and in that transitional area that is becoming more pedestrian. So I think the scale is really important for us to consider too. That one size just doesn't fit all. That we've got the same materials we're using on all different size scale buildings, how big and how small, and so in context across a large parking lot, this is not inappropriate to get attention, and I mean that's how I'm going to look at it and make it an opinion.
I echo that sentiment. Correct. Cinnamon. I echo that sentiment.
I just have a question. Is there any way, I guess the other hard part for me is looking at the entire project as a whole. It does definitely, to me, does not seem harmonious across this viewpoint in general. Like where we're referring to as the enormous amount of red versus the very opposite end. To me, it just doesn't flow well. It's too many colors. There's too much going on. And then I'm also thinking about the project that is being proposed directly behind it. Are they supposed to be totally separate? Should they have some type of flow? Do y'all know what I'm referring to? Is that only an issue for me?
Well, I got to be honest with you. You're our guy. If you don't want red, I wouldn't bring up a palette that brings up to red to us. I mean, if you want to choose a color palette, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, you're the expert. That's as our as our entrance corridor guideline guy. So if you're thinking that it should be more of a brown, then say, I think that's your call to be able to make.
As far as an aesthetic expert, that's not my background or my calling. I think
provide recommendations based on what we have.
Yeah. But I would say this: what I am offering is to say, these are what the guidelines tell us and how I'm interpreting them, and you certainly can can differ on that. I'll sort of stand by my caution, and I know this, I'm trying to create difficulty on this, just simply that if this is a design that we feel is good, you know, and whether, I don't, you know, whether a liquor store is going in here, is this design fit? Does it feel good? And, you know, yes, possibly the blue across the street, you know, there's, you know, maybe some contrast here that, you know, an architect would say brings whimsical playfulness to the corridor. I don't know, but the decision should be based on design, and that's the best I can offer you is what's good design, what feels good, not what is a corporate logo. And that's, I can tell you, is where the guidelines are very clear. We don't want, we want something that fits, we're not going to accommodate something different simply to fit that, what that corporate logo wants. And, but I mean, I'm looking at it, I think some reduction in the scale of it. I don't know, maybe some of the materials in the terms of, is it bright and shiny, or is it a matte finish? Is there some texture to that red that maybe breaks it down a little bit? But, you know, again, you know, we talked about this earlier tonight. You know, up the road on Albemarle County, the same question came up, and in the store accommodated the county's wishes and came to Albemarle County. So I think there's some compromise to be found. That's my opinion relative to the guidelines. But you all can certainly say, thank you, Mr. Warner. We think following things mitigate that. We want to approve this. And that's the best advice I can give. You won't hurt my feelings one way or the other.
Just going to point out that our guy over here is wearing red today.
Yeah.
So,
Too bad he doesn't have a white circle.
He does have a white circle. Look at those buttons.
Oh.
okay.
Lower proportion.
Okay.
I'd like to bring a motion that I think maybe will put the decision back on the applicant, what they want to do. Let's see here. Having considered the standards set within the city entrance corridor design guideline, I move to find that the proposed design for the Hilldale Place at 1801 Hydraulic Road, consistent with the guidelines and compatible with the goals of the entrance corridor, and that the ERB approves the certificate of appropriateness application as submitted with the following conditions. Mitigate/address the red element by inverting or lowering the proportions of red by the scale of 50%. 2. All signage shall appear to be lit white at night. All exterior lights shall be full cutoff. Dumpsters will be within enclosures constructed of materials similar to the building. Landscaping or other materials will be used to reasonably screen utility boxes and panels for the adjacent property. 5. Indicate on panels the bus shelter or bus stop location. And lastly, at the west and north elevation, use variation in the materials and wall details to further break down the mass and scale of each facade, as presented to staff on page 9 and 10 of the rendering dated 7 of May 2019.
There we go. A motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Is that 50% area or, you know, length? Because those are very different things.
Scale, so measure what it is and take it down 50.
So area.
An architect would have to.
Can you, I'm sorry, I was distracted, my fault. Are you talking about just the sign, I mean, the red?
So
Well, I guess
it's
my-
either inverting
Mhm.
or reducing the scale, but one of the two that's happened.
Well, here's the thing though, because if you look at other localities, it's been done with none of that at all. So do they necessarily have to scale down?
Those other localities may or may not have an entrance corridor review board.
Right. And I guess I'm saying that because I looked at some examples, and here's one of them.
Right.
Which to me would fit a little bit better, but we're not reducing or inverting.
So here's the thing. Right now, again, we've got materials in our packet.
Would this be an inversion?
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking of that as an inversion. 'Cause- oh, well, then I'm fine with that.
It's the right size, but the wrong color.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Look, reality is, do y'all not remember what was there?
Yeah.
Pallets of wood chips and potting soil.
Chain link fence, don't forget that.
And the chain link fence.
That was the best.
And quite honestly, this bread doesn't bother me whatsoever. So, because that blue shines like a beacon in the night all the way to Belmont from the Best Buy sign. Go right up 29 up, head that way. So, it doesn't fit within our small area plan anyway. I mean, the reality is, this does not fit within that small area plan that we just approved. But here's where we are.
So can I call the question?
Please, call the question, Ms.
Did you
Chris.
say you wanted to call it? Or Missy gonna call it?
Missy gonna call it.
I'm just trying to get us to vote.
Get us to
All right. Mr. Alejandro.
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates.
Pass.
Yes, he said.
I thought
He said pass.
I thought he said pass.
Or present, whatever you like.
Abstain?
Abstain, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Dow.
Aye.
Mr. Heaton.
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
And Ms. Green.
Aye. Motion passes 6 with 1 abstention. Thank you.
And then I need to get
Dishes.
I'm moving to adjourn.
We cannot adjourn. We have other things we have to do.
Did pull that, didn't I? Too much water.
In the corridor?
Oh, we have to adjourn the corridor, yeah. Okay, we're to gavel out of the entrance corridor and back into the planning commission.
5 minutes.
Well, 5 minutes? Can y'all do 5? All right, 9:15, and let's get back to this critical slope. Okay.
3 minutes and 15 minutes.
We can.
Oh, I thought we were saying 5 minutes for the thing. That's fine.
Right, that's what I was doing.
That I do prior to.
Do it. Okay. We don't, so no, say November. All right, we had a consent agenda item pulled. Thank you for waiting for the 915 6th Street Southeast property for a critical slopes waiver. And I don't think this is a public hearing, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you have a staff report?
I do.
Fantastic.
Carrie Rainey, City Planner with Neighborhood Development Services. Shimp Engineering, on behalf of Brayanex LLC, is requesting a waiver from the Critical Slope Ordinance, Section 341120B, to allow for construction of a mixed-use development that would include 2 buildings with 28 1- and 2-bedroom multifamily residential units, commercial use, and a surface parking lot with vegetated canopies at 915 6th Street Southeast. 34% of the total slope site area contains critical slopes, 78 of which are proposed to be disturbed, accounting for 27% of the site in total. Much of the site is currently wooded, and a single-family home currently exists near the 6th Street Southeast side. 36% of the critical slopes on site are greater than 60%. Critical slopes greater than 60% proposed to be disturbed would account for 30% of the critical slope disturbance. The applicant's justifications for critical slope disturbance are summarized in the staff report and included in the attachment section. The Environmental Department made the following comments. Efforts should be made to limit the disturbance of critical slopes on site to the maximum extent practical. In particular, care should be given to minimize or avoid impacts to slopes greater than 60%. Also, as the site currently has significant tree canopy coverage, which is largely proposed to be removed, the site will produce significantly more stormwater in the post-development condition. This additional stormwater should be managed on site to avoid impacts to Pollux Branch, to which the site discharges. Given that Pollux Branch has significant water quality and quantity challenges, all water quality and quantity requirements associated with the site should be completed on site. I'm sorry? Oh. This includes not claiming the 1% rule for water quality compliance, which is a state allowance. If managed properly on site, the additional stormwater will leave the site with, if not managed properly on site, the additional stormwater will leave the site with increased velocity and can have potential impacts to increase pollutant loading and erosion and sedimentation in Pollux Branch. Also, the environmental staff noted the critical slope area that is proposed to be disturbed that will not have improvements located there and should be stabilized with heavy plantings of local native woody and herbaceous vegetation. The engineering department commented that a significant area of the critical slopes are 60% or greater. Uncontrolled stormwater runoff over these slopes will likely cause these slopes to erode, and the displaced soil could potentially travel to adjacent sites or the adjoining public right-of-ways. The property is zoned Town Extended Corridor, for which the intent is stated to encourage an interrelated mix of high-density residential and commercial uses harmonious with the downtown business environment within developments that facilitate convenient pedestrian and other links to the downtown area. The general land use plan from the 2013 comprehensive plan calls for the property to be mixed use. The comprehensive plan describes mixed use as zones where the city encourages development of a moderate or high intensity and where a variety of uses will be permitted, including many commercial uses, residential uses, and some limited research and manufacturing where appropriate. Within the Strategic Investment Area Plan, or the SIA plan, the property is designated as mixed-use urban corridor, or Transect T5, in the regulating plan. The SIA plan states that Transect T5 should have low to mid-rise buildings of approximately 4 to 5 stories in height, with buildings set close to the sidewalk. While considering this application, staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider the following items. Erosion affecting the structural integrity of the critical slopes, adjacent properties, or environmentally sensitive areas. Both the Environmental Sustainability and Engineering departments have expressed concern regarding impacts to the 60% critical slopes and subsequent effects on adjacent properties in Pollux Branch. Erosion and sediment control measures can be conservatively designed to minimize the risk for discharge to the critical slopes remaining on the adjacent parcel. As an example, wire reinforced silt fencing or super silt fence can be prescribed. We also recommend that you consider stormwater impacts to adjacent properties and environmentally sensitive areas. Again, both departments have expressed concern regarding the impacts to the 60% critical slope area and the subsequent effects on the adjacent properties in Pollux Branch. As noted by environmental staff, requiring all water quality and quantity requirements associated with site development to be completed on site can ensure additional stormwater will not leave the site with increased velocity and have potential to affect Pollux Branch. We also recommend you consider loss of tree canopy and wildlife habitat that may contribute to the natural beauty and visual quality of the community. The site currently has significant tree canopy coverage, including those on critical slopes, which is largely proposed to be removed. In addition, wildlife habitat is likely to be reduced by the clearing of existing mature canopy and understory growth on the site. The Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries recommends varying levels of vegetation, herbaceous, shrub, sapling, and canopy to promote a diversity of species. The planting of locally native woody and herbaceous vegetation could be required to both stabilize remaining slopes and minimize impacts to vegetative canopy and wildlife habitat. And included in your packet are specific conditions that address those 3 items, which I can read aloud as well if you prefer. It's simply a paraphrasing of what I've just stated. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and a representative from the applicant is also here to give a presentation.
What is the current, I know all waterways have like a health number, and maybe I'm not saying that correctly, but I think you know where I'm going with this. So I would just be interested to know what is the current conditions or health statement or health status, yes, it's late, of Pollux Branch. And then I have a follow-up question after that.
I don't know of a specific number to which you were referring to. You know, Pollux Branch, I believe, has been noted as in need of some improvements, you know, and some repair to that system, but I don't think I could, if there's a numerical system, I'm not aware of the number of that.
And it may not be, I just know some of our other waterways, we talk about the quality of them, and it's kind of on a scale. I'm just having a hard time remembering what that scale was. So I was just curious about that. And then, could you talk a little bit more about what the potential impacts from this development were proposed to that waterway and the quality of the waterway?
So the potential impacts could be increased erosion. Sorry, I thought you had a change to that. Could be increased erosion to the waterway of Pollux Branch and adjacent properties if not properly controlled during construction, which regards to the erosion sediment control measures, but also at a longer term stance, which is why staff has recommended the condition to treat all stormwater on site. The 1% exemption, which is referenced as an allowance by the state for exceedingly small sites to not treat all their water on site and instead can push elsewhere, which could get down to Pollux Branch and create additional erosion of the Pollux Branch slopes, as well as put additional sediment into the Pollux Branch and otherwise further decrease the health of Pollux Branch.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
How does the present design comply with zoning? Are we meeting the required setbacks, side yards, and building heights that under the present zoning?
Yes, they are currently, the setbacks and heights are being met. There's a minimum 35-foot height and a maximum of 101 feet height for downtown extended for mixed-use projects. And the 2nd Street Southeast is a primary street, which has a maximum setback of 15 feet. 6th Street Southeast is a maximum setback of 15 feet. 2nd Street Southeast is actually not designated within our mixed-use corridors as a primary nor linking street. So there's no required setback there. The applicant has shown the building close to the street in line with the SIA plan, but that is not required to be set at that point. And the applicant has submitted a preliminary site plan, and we'll have to achieve a final site plan showing compliance with all codes and regulations prior to approval, but thus far has been in general compliance.
And what's the building height again along 2nd Street?
So along 2nd Street, it's proposed, I believe, to be 49 feet and 38 feet on 6th Street.
Right, but what's allowed by zoning along 2nd?
Oh, up
Between 35?
35 and 101 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
6th Street is 101 feet?
Well, downtown extended zoning has a minimum height of 35 feet and up to 101 feet in a mixed-use building.
But this is an overlay of an SIA.
The SIA is a guide, comp plan element, which
Right.
is a guide. So it's not zoning based. It's one of multiple elements that can be reviewed.
But it is something we're striving for, or we wouldn't have put an overlay for the SIA there.
It's not a zoning overlay.
Well, isn't there a zoning thing in progress, the form-based code?
Well, yes,
Yes.
but that's not currently
Yeah.
requirement.
Working towards, yeah.
So as you'll note, Ms. Rainey included a lot of that information in the staff report because
Right.
that's what we're striving for, and
Right.
the applicant has been keeping that in mind and working towards with their project, but we do not, that is not the word of law at the moment.
So one thing I noticed in the SIA plan in the map is that it envisions Rayon extending up to Blenheim, which it seems this plan doesn't conflict with that in that there's no building in the way. But, you know, I was down there earlier and it's like a, you know, big giant cliff basically up from the parking lot by Ix. How would that street be envisioned to be built? And does this change, like, given that there would be a big downhill obviously there, does this change any of that?
I'm not sure there's been any detailed envisioning of how that street would actually be constructed during the SIA process when that plan was discussed and passed, but certainly I think it would entail great regrading, you know, in order to meet slopes. And as you mentioned, there's no building proposed currently in that area. It would be surface parking lot, which could potentially be revisited if the city was looking to include streets.
Thanks.
Sure.
Mr. Mitchell?
No questions.
Mr. Solier?
None, thank you.
Mr. Alejandro?
Yeah, we heard earlier that stormwater requirements for a site is not a local, it's not able to be controlled locally, but is a state regulation. So can it be required that we have all the stormwater treated on the site?
As our understanding, and we have, council has approved this condition or similar conditions on other critical slope waivers, that, you know, this requirement is not based on the stormwater process itself, but is a special condition allowing you to impact slopes that the city's determined to be critical and not otherwise allowed to be impacted unless you potentially follow special conditions.
So it's related to the critical slope
Correct.
of the site, not just the stormwater.
Right, it's not a
issue.
stormwater requirement per the code exactly, but it's related to stormwater as a potential condition.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Should we hear from the applicant?
Hi, my name is Peter Russell. I'm with Shimp Engineering. I do have a presentation to show. Would we bring that up on the monitor? Some of it may be redundant from some of the things Ms. Rainey has said, but
Is it anything different than the packet?
no.
No, okay.
It's just some mapping. It shows some of the current comprehensive plan and work like that.
For the planners, if we're gonna have presentations, y'all may wanna ask your applicants before, so we can have this set up.
I'm sorry.
I said, I was kind of talking to the new guy too. Maybe you want to have the applicants tell you before you get here to
Oh,
Big-
they have presentations
They did, it was
loaded
submitted
already.
earlier.
Ah, okay.
When we discovered it was potential for the item to be.
Okay.
pulled from consent.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry.
So I'll just kind of jump into the kind of about the project. Obviously, this is a, should I wait until it's projected? Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
They're still here. Yeah.
There we go.
So this is just kind of about the project. So it is it's 0.77 acres. It's existing use is a single-family house. The proposed is 28 1 to 2 bedroom residential units for rent, with a possible commercial use along the Second Street facade. The total critical slopes, I did have, there's a typo on this presentation, but it is correct in the staff report. It is 0.26 acres, not 0.28. The total critical slopes to be disturbed is 0.21. And then so with this project, I'll kind of go over how this project relates to the comprehensive plan zoning of 2013, general land use map of 2018 that's being in draft, the strategic investment area plan from 2013, and the building scale addressing both the 6th and 2nd Street, kind of in line with the SIA document, and how the development is kind of within an area that's been previously disturbed. So just quickly, this arrow pointing to the center, that's the 2013 comprehensive plan. And so the purple there is mixed use, yellow is low density residential. And this is, you're probably all very familiar with this map. This is the general land use plan. It's in draft. And so the area for where the parcel is designated high intensity, which is defined primarily as most intense urban areas within the city.
But that's not approved.
Yeah, it's a draft.
Right. So we can't go by that.
I'm just bringing it up as a draft that's being worked on at the moment in concert with the 2013 comprehensive plan. And then just the current zoning on the city GIS, downtown extended. And I wanted to bring this one up specifically because you see how the parcel faces two different zoning areas and how the project has to address those. This is the cover of the strategic investment area plan document. The kind of dotted pink lines there actually show the slopes that we're proposing to partially disturb. It has buildings that look to be 4 to 5 stories tall. This is again some more documentation within the SIA document showing 6th Street and kind of how they're envisioning the transition of scale from the downtown extended area into the residential. And this is just looking again at the city's critical slopes, and I'll zoom in real quick so you can see closer. The outline at the top right is this parcel that we're speaking about tonight. And you can see how the contiguous slopes from the critical slope continue down 2nd Street, but they're interrupted by housing and also staircases along the street. Just to kind of look back kind of at the history of the site, you can see in the top map on the 1960s, you can see that the parcel, you can see where Pollock's Branch used to be, or before it was undergrounded, and then in the late 70s or during the 70s, it was covered and it was developed. And you can also see as street connections were made, you can see how the grading was drastically kind of widened to allocate places for parking in the street. And then the current condition from when the map was dated in 2018 that shows all the additional homes that have been built around the area. So this is the current site plan, and in orange you can see where the existing single-family home is, and in the pink the proposed buildings. And so on the right side of the screen is the 6th Street. That's the 3-story proposed residential, and on the 2nd Street on the left side is there's a 5-story mixed-use building there proposed. And so these are the kind of evidence, hopefully, that shows how this complies with the comprehensive plan, general land use map, the draft versions, and also the strategic investment area. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Oh, that's good. Do we have any questions for? Do a copy of the current approved comprehensive plan and how that relates to what is approved, not what potentially maybe get approved or not. What is?
I have the approved.
Have you reviewed this?
Yes.
Based off of what is approved in a comprehensive plan?
Yes.
And this is compliant with the comprehensive plan that is approved in 2013?
Yes.
Not the draft?
No.
Okay. Questions?
Why not 4 to 5 stories?
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Along which street?
This property that we're talking about.
Well, it is 5 stories along 2nd Street, and it's 3 stories along 6th Street, and that's really, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So the idea there is to kind of, with the more commercial side, which is on 2nd Street, which is where Ix Art Park is, kind of match that kind of use and bring commercial onto that lower floor. And then while on the 6th Street side, decrease the size of the building to help it transition more easily into the single-family homes that are across the street.
Thank you.
And Peter, I'm really bothered. Well, first off, how tall is the retaining wall that is on the north side of the parking area?
It varies.
Or what's the grade
the grade elevations?
Yeah, difference.
It varies. So it can be, depending on the grade, probably 6 feet to 10 feet tall at the highest point, but it will be kind of sloped. It won't be a continuous face of 10 feet.
So there will be a significant difference.
Mm-hmm.
And are we to understand that at the bottom, at the toe of that retaining wall, that the critical slope stays the way it is now?
Yes. We're trying to grade as little as possible past that retaining wall.
And the buildings that are facing 2nd Street, they can't be pulled back so their footprint is not within that critical slope, either by making them taller or even pushing them to against the south property line and letting the sidewalk be on the north side and let the sidewalk be an elevated sidewalk with posts and grate and let this critical slope continue under?
Is sidewalk over the slopes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the stair that I'm sure that's a stair going up on the south side. I mean, is there a design way to push the footprint of the buildings on 2nd Street so that they are outside of the critical slope?
There's a setback on that side because it's next to residential, so we're pushing the building a little further west, I guess.
And what's the setback?
It's 20 feet for there, so that's why it kind of positioned the building on that side of the site. And it does, unfortunately, push us into the critical slopes more than otherwise.
So is there a way of making the building taller to reduce the footprint?
I think making the building taller is an option, but what begins to be probably difficult on this site is because it's so thin, we have to provide the correct amount of parking. So that's why the parking is so spread out in the very center of the site, and with the buildings kind of capping the ends. So I think increasing the height of the building on the Second Street side, I don't know if that would help us in terms of reducing the actual disturbance. Because on the, let me explain that a little more. The Second Street side, it's kind of a 3-story building, and as the slope goes down, it goes to 5 stories. So I guess, are you saying increase the height of the building and kind of pull the other side in?
Because at 5 stories, you already have to have a elevator.
I think I would have to talk to the developer about that possibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe think about doing that anyway to provide more housing?
Yeah.
So actually, you mentioned the parking. I was looking at that. It's sort of the dominant visual element when you look at the site plan, which is not unusual in the city. Directly to the north, you've got a huge surface parking lot. Is there any possibility of leveraging that to make this work a little bit better?
Like a parking agreement?
Just so.
I think in terms of actually getting people to the 6th Street side, that becomes less possible, because they would have to, I understand for the 2nd Street side, they would more easily kind of walk around that corner and make it into the homes, but providing adequate parking for the 6th Street, I don't know if that would be adequate.
Thank you.
Is there a legal requirement saying that it has to be that accessible by foot? I mean, I park like 3 blocks away from where I live.
You have to provide parking on site, or there has to be a on-site agreement.
I think it's ADA, isn't there an ADA about a number of parking for housing?
There's handicap parking requirements for distance.
Yeah, there's a distance
But there's
requirement for-
also allowances within the code for general parking to be within certain distances of developments.
Does that include with shared parking agreements? Or are those kind of exempt from those?
There are different options, so that can be one of options.
So that commercial, you could access whatever's on Second Street and then access that parking at the art park easier than what you're saying the residential could on 6th Street.
And if that adjacent parcel was developed, then that would potentially eliminate that parking availability.
Yeah. Any more questions, Mr. Mitchell? You don't have stormwater questions? No?
I'm really happy with the mitigation recommendation that staff has made.
Is that possible on this side?
It is. It's expensive, but it's possible.
Any other questions, or you want to go into discussion? I think the housing is needed, and the commercial, I am having a hard time disturbing critical slopes and cutting down all those trees for parking.
You're not going to like my suggestion then. Well, not then, but.
Is it not going to like it, or is it not something we can?
I mean, we can extend that parking exempt or parking modified zone wherever we want, but you're not going to like it. Yeah, like I said.
He's self-editing.
Very accessible place.
Self-editing.
Very close to
And a
jobs.
retaining wall.
Easily walkable. Well,
Steep slope.
not far to walk to here.
Steep slope. Or critical slope.
Is this the first crack at it, or have y'all really looked at this? Or are you expecting us to deny it the first time and come back and give us, so
We
you
never
have,
know- we
you've
never know
held
what to
something in your
expect.
pocket? Because typically Justin comes about 4 times. So I was, yeah.
Yeah, but we've looked at it. I think this design with both buildings fronting on both streets and in this scale, I think it works really well for the site. Disturbing less critical slopes is going to be extremely difficult, especially if we want to address the Second Street.
if Jose is happy about it, I'm sold.
With the recommendations, mitigating racial recommendations and staff.
Yep, totally.
I can't help but believe that there's a design way to reduce the amount of critical slope being disturbed by the buildings along Second Street.
Mm-hmm. But there's, how many retaining walls on there? 1, 2, monster, 2, 3. How many retaining walls? 4?
There's one primary one, which is holding up the parking. The others ones will be associated with the building.
I know, it's so small, I can't read. 6 feet, 4 retaining walls, right?
Sounds right.
Go for it.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to recommend approval of the critical slope waiver for tax map 27, parcel 36, based on a finding that the public benefits of allowing the disturbance outweigh the benefits afforded by the existing undisturbed critical slope per section 34-1120B6D1, and due to unusual physical conditions, compliance with the city's critical slopes regulations would prohibit or unreasonably restrict the use or development of the property per section 34-1120B6D2. And this motion for approval is subject to the following conditions. Require erosion and sediment control measures that exceed minimum requirements in order to mitigate potential impacts to the undisturbed critical slope areas, tributary stream, and adjacent properties during land disturbance activities per section 34-1120B1A through C, use of super silt fence with wire reinforcing and 6 feet stake spacing to ensure adequate protection of the aforementioned items, to be detailed on the site plan and approved by the engineering department prior to final site plan approval. 2, require all water quality and quantity requirements associated with site development be completed on-site without claiming the 1% rule for water quantity compliance in order to mitigate potential stormwater impacts to Pollux Branch and adjacent properties per section 34-1120B1B through C, to be detailed on the site plan and approved by the engineering department prior to final site plan approval. 3, require a fixed immovable barrier to protect root zones of existing trees identified to be preserved on the final site plan at the drip line to remain throughout full completion of the construction and additional habitat redevelopment in order to mitigate potential impacts to existing tree canopy and wildlife habitat per section 34-1120B1F, and the installation of additional species of native woody and herbaceous plantings in the critical slope areas not to contain buildings, the parking lot, sidewalks, and other built improvements, to be detailed and on the site plan and approved by the Environmental Sustainability Department prior to final site plan approval.
Second.
I said item 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, right around 1.5, I realized that was probably a better idea.
Probably second.
So we have a motion for approval with the conditions as so eloquently read by Mr. Solzenberg, and a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Chrissy, will you please call roll?
Well, I was just going to explain why I'm going to vote no, in that I don't think that that by redesigning the building to get it out of the critical slope along Second Street complies with the standard of review, which is unreasonably restrict the use, reuse, or redevelopment of such property. I think it still can be used and developed just fine if we could keep that building out of the critical slope.
I completely agree, which is why.
I think it's important to remember the bonus height analysis that said as soon as we rise above that 5-story mark where you have to switch to concrete and steel, things get really expensive. And that's going to make these apartments a lot pricier.
And that's old thinking. They are now building laminated wood buildings 8, 9, 10 stories tall.
True. Also expensive, though.
That's archaic thinking.
Okay. So
not to call you archaic. Sorry.
So, any other comments before we vote?
Did we lose a commissioner?
Yeah. Ms. Tracy, will you call roll?
Mr. Lahindra?
No.
Mr. Sola Yates?
Yes.
Ms. Dow?
No.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And Ms. Green?
No. I knew that was going to happen. So we have a 3-3 tie for the recommendation to move this, to
So you
recommend.
have no action at this point?
We have no action at this point.
Is it impossible for us to make an action?
It's like a filibuster. Who wants to
You
go to
have,
sleep
you
first?
have to provide a recommendation to city council.
We recommend a favor of site security.
Maybe we never leave.
What was that?
Maybe we never leave.
Filibuster?
Someone falls asleep first and can't vote. I'm like 4 hours of sleep.
I don't even know what I would make a recommendation to be able to,
My recommendation would be to redesign
Right.
the project so that the buildings fall outside of the
be
critical
more
slope.
context sensitive, right? There's still, and there's trees and, there's all sorts of things. I know there's tree protection on here. By putting a
I
storm.
guess the point Roy was making is that if we do what Mr. Lahindra wants to do, the price rises.
But it
And-
rises with on-site water.
And then we begin to defeat our desire to increase our affordable housing stock. And your rebuttal was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said that it's also increasing the price by doing this on-site of the water.
But we're going to make them do that either way, right?
And that-
So it's just going to double increase it.
Did I read somewhere, or am I missed that it's affordable housing?
I mean, it's not, but it's going to be even more expensive, is what I was saying. I
But-
mean, it's 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. I could make a recommendation.
Let me
to
make a mic
expand the
check
parking
real
exempt
quick.
zone.
Or we can make a recommendation to come back. If it's affordable housing, then
I would change my thoughts a little bit more on that.
We're not saying affordable housing.
I also feel like, and just to throw that out there, I feel like a lot of the times the only time we talk about affordable housing is apartments. Apartments or 1 or 2 bedroom units should not be the only affordable things that are being sent our way. Did we forget that home ownership is one of the biggest ways for generations to come out of poverty? So, yeah, if he wants to come back with some affordable units, then maybe we could look at this totally different.
I mean, I don't think it's the case in this case, but I think it's important to remember that home ownership is definitely possible with apartments, and apartments are just naturally a more affordable form, a cheaper form of housing. And if you want to go live in North Downtown on North First Street, you can buy a nice big detached house for about $900,000, or you can go to Charlottesville Towers and get an apartment for about $185,000 on the market now.
an apartment.
Condos.
Right. I agree.
It's not an apartment, it's a condo. Words mean something, I'm just saying. But that's irrelevant.
Okay, all right. So for me, it's not about the rental or not, whether it's but it is about the affordability. So, let's be real about what the rates are going to be in this area. It's going to be probably $1,800.
No.
In this area, all the walkability that you're talking about, in the beginning of the SIA, absolutely. So we're not, yeah.
Apartment.
Huh?
I don't know. I mean,
Your rent's going up.
It's going up more because Mike Murphy was like, "Oh, they'll only raise it in $25 increments." They're like $35.
Yeah. So I feel like if we're talking affordable housing, we need to walk the walk. I mean, if we're going to do critical slopes for parking, because it's required, and you're right, the parking exempt zone, but there's not any affordability.
What do we need to do about this application? Do we need to amend
Somebody's
it?
got to change your vote.
Does Jody have some ideas? Can you drill down a little bit more on what you'd like to see done?
Well, I would just recommend that that the design be changed, like I said, to reduce the amount of disturbance to the critical slopes.
And is this really just because you're worried about the slopes? You don't think the mitigating recommendations address the things that you're worried about?
No, because we're...
What do they not address?
Well, they address the stormwater issue, but it's the slope itself, the fact that it's vegetated, there are large mature trees on this slope. It's an important piece of the character of this area, and we're protecting the critical slopes for a reason. So I'm looking to protect them, and I think there's nothing about this. Well, it's a difficult site, but it's not impossible to do that.
Is the slope in question natural or man-made?
It's natural.
So just back to the affordability thing, and yes, it's not, rent regulated affordable, but in terms of prices, the bonus height analysis says that as soon as you go from stick built to concrete, the cost of building is going to go up 21.5%. So
I could
a
afford it before, and I
$1,400
can't
rent,
afford it
that goes
now.
up to $1,700.
What do you think the rent would be before that?
Well, if you said it was $1,400 before, but that's not exactly a map from cost to price, because obviously we're in a supply constrained market and landlords can extract economic rents, excess profits. So it doesn't map, but.
Do you have any suggestions on an motion, Mr. Alejandro, that might, or does someone want to try another motion?
Actually, I have a question for staff. As I understand it, critical slopes waivers need a reason, sort of a public purpose to do it. Could we include an affordable housing element as a restriction, as a requirement?
That doesn't seem like it would be directly related to the critical slope portion itself.
It seems like we would be creating a proffer, and I don't think we're allowed to create proffers, are we not?
It couldn't be a proffer. The condition needs to be related to the slopes.
Yeah.
Could we require additional offsets on top of no, because they mitigate it all and then there's no more impact. Yeah.
I either move to deny it or move to approve it with the condition that the building footprint be changed to avoid destroying critical slope. I don't think that doesn't seem like an appropriate motion.
Couldn't they pay into the parking replacement fund? Oh, that's only in the parking modified zone.
Yeah. Want to defer? And come back with something better?
Or just when Gary's here?
Huh?
I think we believe this site plan addresses 2nd Street and 6th Street in a thoughtful way, where we are disturbing critical slopes, a substantial amount of them. But in order to kind of create the goals that are set forth in the comp plan and in the SIA, we believe that this plan does those things by creating mixed use along 2nd Street with residential at a scale that's appropriate for what the vision is for that area and for what's there now. And then same with along 6th Street. We want to create appropriately sized housing that helps to create that kind of transition from the downtown to the single family. And we believe with this site plan, it achieves those goals. Not disturbing critical slopes would require us not to address Second Street in the way that those documents kind of point towards. So I believe this site plan does carry those goals from the comprehensive plan.
What is this? What are the commercial elements there, since we don't have any
details
at all what this
It would
looks
just
like?
be the bottom floor commercial. I'm not sure what the tenant would be precisely, but it would be a commercial bottom floor to that 5-story building.
Actually, I have a question for Ms. Rainey. My understanding was that this critical slope was excavated by the X Corporation, like the 20s or 30s. Can you correct me on that?
I do not have information to dispute or support that.
Thank you.
Well, Peter, in your presentation, you showed 1960s when Pollux Creek was still open in this area. So was that a natural slope down to Pollux Creek where this site is?
I believe the furthest end is possibly native slope, but the whole side along the other, kind of the northern side of, I guess, the site where the parking lot is, I believe all that looks to be completely disturbed with the grading of the parking lot in the street over there. So I think there's probably elements that are native on that end.
Of both, probably.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
It's complicated.
You can look at the slope, and it looks like it's been graded on the X side. I mean, how it's more parallel.
Also, there's another staircase that wasn't in your presentation that's further north than those, closer to the slope. I don't know if the staircase is effect.
Okay, I don't know that stalemate is where we want to go, but I'm not seeing where we're having any movement.
What do we need to move? I mean, we voted, we came to a.
Stalemate.
Right, so
I'm trying to think of something.
Make this move, other than lose a commissioner in about 5 minutes.
Ooh, that'll help.
You know I saw y'all pondering on that, so there's no way.
That's what they're waiting on.
That's what they, look,
That's what they're waiting on.
packing up and was like, ooh.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
We could wake up Gary.
Yeah, someone call him up.
Someone go get Gary.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Would you, Mr. Landry, would you take a look at item number 3 in the staff recommendation again? And be certain, please, that doesn't make you feel a little bit better. The mitigating circumstances they've got outlined there about protecting the root zones and trees and all the habitat and blah, blah, blah.
While you're reading that, can I piggyback on that one? Sorry. Ms. Rainey, here's the question I have, and ironically, this popped in my head. We just had this situation in another site in the county where we're trying to protect a lot of trees.
Yeah,
My question is we've got this immovable barrier to protect trees. I don't see a mitigation on here as to what to do if something were to happen, like, and it accidentally fell down, because we've also had that down at Stonehenge. So while we have this in place to say protect them, there's not any mitigation to go, okay, but and if they do fall, or if something accidentally happens, you've got to do this, and there's got to be a mitigation, so to speak.
We would shut the site down and make them correct it.
Well, but if you're cutting out a 24-inch maple, how do you correct that?
That's a good question.
And Jose, to answer your question, I mean, that sounds lovely, but the trees are already being torn down. There's nothing left in the footprint of the buildings. So there's nothing to, you can have all the root zone protection you want, but there's no tree roots to protect.
Let's be real, I've done enough site work and seen enough sites where you put in this retaining wall and that 20-inch tree and that 10-inch cherry and 50, I mean, that,
Yeah,
the root balls are too large there. When you cut that in and do an 8-foot retaining wall, they are not going to last.
No.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Since we're talking about mitigation, could we talk about reducing parking impact as a mitigation effect? Is that within our power?
Yeah.
Well, maybe talk through that a little more.
Yeah.
What do you mean by parking impact?
Most of the space of this site is parking. If we
Right.
just took a little bit of parking away, we get space. That space could be critical slope.
We could make the building footprint larger.
Mm-hmm.
All right, somebody want to form that in a motion?
Well,
How do we do
explain
that?
a little bit more, please.
Yeah.
So most of the what we're seeing here is just surface parking, which is normal. That's common. If we require less surface parking, then we get more critical slope.
And where does the parking go? Does it underneath, or is eliminating the but aren't there regulations that say?
Well, they will have
Ours.
to adhere to the regulations, so if their parking on site decreases, they have other options within the code to work with. But it'll cause some limitations of things.
Like what?
Well,
Talk to us about that.
It could limit the number of units, it could limit the square footage of commercial, it could limit a lot of things. And I don't know how much research they've done on that to know what the points of those would be, so.
Is there any way, we've had some places where they are allowed to calculate on-street parking on Second, which is that commercial corridor anyway. Is there any way to be able to utilize some of that on-street parking on a Second Street, which is commercial anyway, to eliminate some of that parking? Because that's my heartburn, is all this surface parking and cutting down all these trees.
There's a process that comes into play with that, which I don't know all the details of offhand. And whether we can condition that or not, because it may be that I know that to do that, there's a count done about utilization of the parking on site, and approval has to be provided to count that on site. I would think that might be kind of a tough call, given proximity to downtown and levels of parking, but we don't have any of that data.
But they could do a cooperative parking arrangement anywhere within 400 feet, and that's just as the crow flies, no regard to hills, probably not including the ADA requirements. And that's a pretty significant distance. That's pretty much most of Ix's parking.
And I'm not talking about necessarily the 6th Street building. I mean, I think that being all residential, I get the parking need. But that commercial, I think that's, I don't understand why we can't.
It's a giant sea of parking there. It's surrounded by parking.
Parking exempt zone. Modified.
You know,
He could come back with that and see how that flies.
and I'd be okay if the block of building closest to Second Street, if that was reduced in footprint to avoid getting rid of destroying the critical slope, but letting the next block up go ahead and be the footprint that it is, and it encroaches on the critical slope. But I think the trees that are in that critical slope lower down help it's a compromise.
But you're still going to have that retaining wall that's going to knock out those trees. Which one are you talking about?
Now, is there a retaining wall
Yes.
down there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing that. Okay, well, no, then the retaining wall couldn't go in because that'll destroy the...
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I thought that if we pulled the building back, why couldn't the retaining wall be gotten rid of too?
So this is where I feel like sometimes we're engineering the site.
This could stay the same
And-
size.
Got access issues, but
It feels like we have a lot of good alternative ideas that maybe could be looked at by the engineering firm.
Yeah.
That's,
So if we deny this, would that tell them to go back and
They would, with a recommendation for denial, they would have the opportunity to come back or to go straight to council.
I move to recommend denial of the critical slope waiver for tax map 27, parcel 36.
second. Any further discussion? Right, I know. Any further design? No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
Miss Creasy, would you call roll and see what happens?
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Soli Yates?
no.
Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
I will abstain.
Ms. Green?
Aye.
And the reason I did that is because
So we
if
can
either
go
it
home.
moves forward to council, council will do the right thing.
And tear down all the trees and create a bunch of surface parking. Fantastic. So that motion carries for denial, 3-2 with 1 abstention. I really hope you guys look at some alternatives. I think there are alternatives. Sure.
Just moving forward and trying to reduce parking, is there a kind of a way forward for us to do that prior to bringing it
Ms.
forward?
Rainey, can you help
again?
them with that?
So the code does have allowances for a certain percentage of spaces required on site to be reduced. I believe it's around 30%. Correctly, it's through means of off-site parking agreements or other reductions based on proximity of bus stops, bike facilities provided on site and those pieces. But there is a limitation as to how far an applicant can reduce their required parking based on those measures, which are detailed in the site. So there's you can't, do 100%, you can't reduce 100%, but there is an allowance.
I do
Yes, so
think
there's
we
a
realize
full
that.
code section to review, and you all have to understand what your uses will be, because, the amount of parking is going to be tied to that, so.
I don't think that, I'm just going to say on my end, it's not that I don't want any parking, but I don't think we need to reduce it to like no parking on site.
Right.
But I would like to not see the vegetation and the critical slopes disturbed so drastically just for parking, when there are other alternatives.
I agree.
So
think
Peter,
we're all-
work with Ms. Terry and
Look at us.
the staff will guide you on how to proceed.
All hearts clear, all minds free?
I'm just mad that Travis sent that email and didn't stick
Stick
around.
around.
Couple of things. The first thing is I'd like to make a motion that in November, we review how we go about our preliminary hearings for when we have joint work sessions with council. I think that'll be a good time to review that, being that we'll be starting a new year. Afterwards, I don't think we have work sessions in December, if I remember correctly.
Are you speaking specifically about our Mr. Signer's request?
Yes. Because right now we're in the midst of things. I think to shift and change things right now is just not feasible to anybody or any citizen. And then on that note, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to the second Tuesday in June.
Second. Wait,
So moved.
but my work session. That doesn't count.
That work session still happen.
That's November. She's
Oh, no,
No,
the
no.
second,
These-
third.
these and-
Oh, the work
May
session,
Adjourn
yeah.
until the next.
Oh,
Regular.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
fine. I don't-
Until I'm.
You're fine.
Oh,
You're good. Regular meeting, work sessions, different.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Don't unadjourn it, huh?
It's not all your work sessions. It goes
Yeah.
Well, we were rolling there for a while, but
I know we were rolling. It's that design piece.
Still really sure I can miss the sort of sunglasses I wear. And I guess I missed the thing. All right.
I enjoyed designing a sidewalk with you.
yeah, well, thank you. That was fun.
It was.
And then their damn architect stole it from
Yes,
us.
that was all right. We get total credit for that.
Yeah.
Part of the condition.
Yeah.
Ms. Cruz, is somebody gonna forward that information to Mr. Simmons?
Which information, about the November? Yeah.
Then we're gonna talk about it at work session.
What a night.
Oh, I need parking. I'm gonna go this way.
Get to do it all again next month.